And so in due course, quite a number of activities are up to them.
Aling mau. Ya? Begini begini.
We have our event director. We will plant the first tree. We wait for your day. We welcome you. You will be assisted by a team from your work. Mr. Boy, please come and help. We want to just plant the thing. The rest we'll do later. Good morning. Good morning. The rest we'll do.
Do it from the other side, please.
First this side.
You're blocking us.
Let's face the camera.
Put it down. Good enough. Yes. We'll do the rest. We'll do the rest. The next tree, we'll plant there. Yeah. Yeah. Nadeg community, this is yours.
Can we have one of the team members?
One of the team members come and help. One of the
Team
team members come
members?
help us.
Yes.
Just
Come,
one
come,
of them.
come.
Yes.
Here we go. And Harry, don't put your back to the camera. Kind of.
Face the camera. Face the camera.
Everyone, slowly. Thank you. Polly, we will plant that. Kisumu Polytechnic, you can join us. Don't worry. We have a history. We have a history.
And a geography also.
Oh, facing the camera.
Camera here.
Thank you. We are safe now. We can go back and start the program. Thank you so much. Asante.
It's always an honor to plant more trees.
Oh God of all creation. We stand together. Oh God of all creation, bless this land and nation. Justice be our children, defender. May we dwell in unity, peace and liberty. Plenty be found within our borders. We turn to the East African anthem. Able to be alive this day. We don't want to take it for granted because quite a number of folks the world over are languishing with various incurable diseases. But for us, you've given us life and able to have to be here. We want to thank you and commit this entire event into your able hands. Come down with power and impact the grace that is required for us to discharge every responsibility here. We thank you for our guests who come from far and wide. We thank you for the chief guest of this function. And we want also to commit the entire family of the Kisumu National Polytechnic. As we start off this function, abide with us and let your presence always continue, because it is your will to be with us till the end of age. For in the mighty name of Jesus Christ, we pray and believe. Amen. So thank you very much for that. Let us relax our seats and feel welcome. I wish to take this time to invite Mr. Pio to take the next activity, the set of activities. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Charles Nawal. I want to take this opportunity to welcome this conference. As I said earlier, we are slightly late, but I know we have the capacity to recover the lost time, and all shall be right. At this juncture, I'll invite the Director Research to give his remarks. I'll invite him.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Allow me to welcome us to this year's annual International Multidisciplinary Conference. It is our fourth international conference. It's an annual event that we held the last 4 years. And we moved from a small event to a platform where we can share our findings. In the Kisumu National Polytechnic, the order that brings us into creation, research and innovation plays a critical role in us achieving our mandate. And one of those roles is undertaking research activities. Apart from undertaking those activities, we are also requested or required by the same order to find platforms for dissemination of these findings. Apart from that, we are also expected to undertake technology transfer. So we do not only undertake innovation activities for the sake of that. We don't only undertake research for the sake of research, but to take it for the greater good of the Republic, for the greater good of humanity. And this conference gives us a unique opportunity, a platform where we are going to share on our research, our findings, so that together we can pool our resources and build this nation. So that is the main goal for this conference. The conference is being held alongside a skills competition. The way the world is going right now, we are moving away from theoretical aspects of training to skills and competencies. As an institution, we believe that that is the correct direction, that is the right direction, and so for the second time, we'll be also hosting our skills competition. In this competition, we've worked together with the industry, who has formulated a number of tasks that our trainees are going to compete on. We'll be looking at the competencies. When we talk about competencies, it's the ability to achieve a specific goal or objective. And that now plays a critical role in our day-to-day running of the institution. And that is why we do have the skills competition. Outside the conference room, you've seen some tents, and the trainees will be competing so that we see who has better competencies. Amongst the trainees, we have trainees from sister institutions that we do mentor. As Kisumu Polytechnic, we undertake mentorship of 7 institutions within the Republic. And of these 7 institutions, we participate in a number of activities, and one of them is on skills development. So that will also be displayed. The third article that we're going to look at will be also innovations. Our trainees participate in innovative activities. Most of the innovations are there to solve problems that we face as a society. And they're very proud to present these innovations. So apart from the conference, when you find time, just walk to our tents. You'll be able to see the innovations and also the skills competition. Allow me to end here. And also allow me to welcome us to the conference. Thank you. Also take this opportunity to recognize the principals of the technical institutions who are here with us and all the other technical TVET institutions. Without you, this conference is not complete. I'll request my colleague and the Deputy Principal Academics, Madam Lena, to convey the message of the Chief Principal. Our Chief Principal is on official assignment in Ethiopia, and we are here to undertake all the assignments. Madam Lena, welcome.
Of this international conference, allow me to read a message from our Chief Principal, who is also the Secretary to the Governing Council of the Kisumu National Polytechnic. That is Madam Catherine Peloni. I'm delighted to welcome you all to the Kisumu National Polytechnic and to the 4th Kisumu National Polytechnic Annual International Multidisciplinary Conference and 2nd National Skills Competition and Exhibitions. It is indeed gratifying that this event is taking place at a time when the whole world and the country in particular is on the recovery path after devastation caused by COVID-19 pandemic. It is in appreciation of this reality that the Kisumu National Polytechnic settled on the theme Research, Innovation and Skills towards Transformative and Resilient Economy. This conference is deliberately designed to provide an opportunity for researchers and innovators to showcase and disseminate their research findings and innovations. In addition, the conference also provides an avenue for collaborations and partnerships between the academia and industry. Esteemed participants, the sub-themes of this conference were carefully tailored to address present and emerging challenges facing humanity. Food production and security, for instance, it is increasingly becoming a matter of global concern. The sub-theme on food security, agricultural value chains provides an opportunity for the researchers to address critical issues such drivers of food systems and economic development, advancement technologies and automation in agriculture, biotechnology in agriculture, food processing, transformative value chains for accelerating economic recovery, innovation and networking markets for sustainable economy, and social enterprise and entrepreneurship towards resilient organizations. I am pleased to report that research papers will also be presented on sustainable energy and manufacturing sub-theme, tackling areas such as inclusive and sustainable industrialism, green energy, smart manufacturing, and green technology for sustainable development. This conference has also dedicated a sub-theme to deliberate on maritime and blue economy, with special consideration to critical issues such as the role of TVET in building sustainable and resilient human systems, offshore renewable energy, aquaculture, seabed extractive activities, marine biotechnology and bioprospecting. Ladies and gentlemen, for Kenya to realize the Vision 2030, our training institutions must leverage on research and innovation to develop technologies that not only address existing gaps and challenges, but also takes advantage of existing opportunities in various sectors of the economy. It is in this endeavor that the Kisumu National Polytechnic, in collaboration with the Kenya Industrial Property Institute, KIPI, is in the process of establishing a technology and innovation support center. The center will support research and innovation, related activities right from idea conception to development and possible commercialization of innovations while ensuring that they are fully protected. This conference brings together accomplished researchers, innovators, and budding scholars from our student community. It is my hope that we shall engage each other and share experiences and forge strategic networks for the advancement of science and technology. Finally, I express my deepest gratitude to the conference organizers who have worked tirelessly to ensure that this day is meaningful, our international partners, principals and sister Tibet institutions, industry partners, and all who have directly and indirectly supported the success of this conference. Many thanks for making this conference a reality. Thank you. I'll take this chance to invite our chief guest, Mr. David Ngala, who is representing our PS of the Vocational Technical Training, to officially open the conference. Welcome.
Representing PS, Dr. Margaret Makima. She wanted to be with you. We received the invitation, and she was to be with you in this activity. But also other engagements. Actually, she is out of the country where the chief principal is. And it so happened that I was doing other activities around, and I was told to step in and represent her. In fact, just about 20 minutes ago, I received a call from her. She wanted to confirm whether I'll be here to represent her in this very, very important conference. This shows that she takes such activities very seriously, and it is because this is the way to go in this Tibet subsector. So I have a statement that she would have wanted to deliver. I'll read it. Director KIPI, council members present, principals from other Tibet institutions present, the deputy principal, registrars, deans, heads of departments, Kinetic community, and exhibitors. Good morning. The 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development states all affirms a global leadership determination to hold and take steps that needs to be taken to shape the world to a sustainable and resilient path. The transformation requires breaking through the path of dependency that defines the way things are done. The four barriers to this transformation are the inadequate human resource, institutional capacity, institutional rigidity that leads to diminished institutional capacity to adapt to the changes, and also inadequate social momentum for change and socio-cultural factors, gender and other dimensions of inequalities, and imbalance in access to education. To mitigate these challenges, our government is employing the following strategies to ensure transformation towards a sustainable and resilient society. These strategies include: 1. Transformative skills-based industry-driven education system. As you are aware, as a country, we have adopted CBET. CBET is a complete departure from the way curriculum was being delivered in Kenya, where the emphasis is the acquisition of skills, where the industry is involved right from the stage of developing the curriculum, implementing the curriculum, and also the assessment. Today, more than ever before, our graduates must be able to perform not only non-routine creative tasks, but also hands-on on highly specialized skills if they are to succeed on the competitive job market. Specialized skills, creativity, critical thinking are very relevant in this age, where the ability to excel at work is not only rewarded, but expected as a basic requirement. 2, the investment in research, innovation, and development. In fact, at the ministry level, we are emphasizing that TVET institutions must set aside a minimum, or at least 2% of their budget to support research and development at the institutional level. As our society becomes increasingly technological, STEM education must evolve and innovate to ensure we are launching effective engineers, scientists, and mathematicians into the industry and academia. Innovation and creative problem solving are key to meeting our societal needs, strengthening the national economy, and solving global problems. The innovation, the research and development expenditures, and the investment in technology are premises for ensuring competitiveness and progress and through sustainable economic growth. Number 3, deeper engagements to promote broad-based stakeholder support for training and development. Again, I want to emphasize here, at the Ministry of Education, we can't do it alone. We need the players and other stakeholders to support us. And that's why in the managing of the affairs of institutions, we normally engage board members and council members to help us in managing our TVET institutions. Collaboration between the industry and academia is key to catalyze innovation and growth in technology. While industry often focuses on addressing solutions that are of near-term commercial value, and academia focuses on building new knowledge through skills and imparting education to students, the combination can yield accelerated development of new breakthroughs. Industry partnerships are instrumental in advancing research and creating a skilled workforce. Industry grades, work-ready talent with specialist knowledge and practical training and learning institutions benefit by having opportunities to work on relevant technologies and challenging problems. As Kenya ushers in the era of digitization, it is an enviable position of having a young tech-savvy population ready to apply its knowledge in key fields such as artificial intelligence and big data to solve major challenges facing critical industries like healthcare and energy. Point number 4, diversifying financing and investment in education. This is very, very, very important. Again, the resources that we are able to have or be given by the government are not enough. We need to diversify financing and investment. In fact, at the ministry level, we are coming up with a policy, we are at the stage of developing a policy that will facilitate or help the institution in being able to diversify their financing sources so that we don't rely on capitation or government funding. As most developing countries struggle to meet their financial demands for full participation in the world economy, there is a strong pressure to change patterns of government expenditures in order to meet the changing budgetary needs. There are several options that can be explored by widening and diversifying resources of financing of higher education, such as direct cost recovery, grants from and contracts with external agencies, income generating activities, and voluntary contributions. I must say that many of our institutions have not done very well in this aspect. I'm in an activity in this institution where we have delivered state-of-the-art equipment. I want to challenge you, TVET institutions, to make use of the facilities that have been given or provided by government to see how we can earn an income to support education and training. Today, I'm happy that Kisumu National Polytechnic has provided a forum through which researchers, policymakers, and other stakeholders can have a genuine conversation on these critical issues. It is my belief that the findings of this international conference will act as a catalyst that will bring true transformation agenda. Thank you. It's my pleasure now to declare this conference officially opened.
Thank you very much, Director, for the presentation and for officially taking the lead in opening up this conference. I have this great honor of inviting the Director of Kinetic to come.
So, good morning, everyone. Happy to see all of you here. And converging one place, Polytechnic, talk about development in this country. I'm impressed that the way forward is going to be found here. My name is Peter Nyagwa. I'm the CEO of Kinetic.
the food is Nano Development Center for Environmental Conservation. We have done a number of connections and partners, and have partnered with a number of organizations, both locally and internationally. We will also see one of our international partners who are also here to see what we are doing, and then they can have a word to say. I'm not going to say that time will come. I'm happy to be here with you, to share with you all the program. Thank you very much. I will talk or I will see after the music is passed. I will thank you. I welcome also my partner progress. This was the Polytechnic. I will tell you that we want to come and share what they're doing. Otherwise, you will come and see from you and also the difference. Thanks, and God bless you. Thank you. Opportunity to invite Professor Patterson from the University of New England. I hope I've given the right introduction. Professor, welcome.
Good morning. It's very, very much an honor to be here as part of this conference. My name is Dr. Richard Peterson from the University of New England in Portland and Biddeford, Maine, where it is very cold. So we are acclimating to the heat. This visit is part of a regular, every 2 years, sometimes 3 years, bringing students to Kenya for approximately 3 weeks to be able to learn from the many Kenyan organizations that are working so hard to bring about the themes of this conference, a sustainable and resilient economy. And it has been customary that we have engaged with NIADEC in a variety of symposia, mini symposia, where our students are collaborating with Kenyan high school students in exchanging knowledge about various aspects of sustainable development in our respective countries. Due to COVID, that program has had to be curtailed a bit this year. And so when we were discussing what our program would be with NIADEC, who has been our partner since about 2009, I was delighted that my colleague, Mr. Peter Nyabua, informed me that it would be possible to attend this conference. I knew about Kisumu Polytechnic, but only minimally, and so I am very grateful to the directors, organizers of this conference for allowing us to attend and be a part of this day. The themes of this conference are spot on in terms of what is needed across the world in terms of bringing innovation and technological development, technological growth. The world is changing so quickly. The themes that have already been mentioned and that I see in the abstracts are some of the same things that our university is trying to work on. The theme of the blue economy is something that we are very much involved in. We live right on the coast of the Atlantic Ocean. It is a very, fishing is a very big part of our economy. But our ocean is warming due to climate change faster than any other 99% of the oceans in the world. Our Gulf of Maine is warming faster than all of the other oceans. So we are really challenged by how do we adapt to that changing ocean environment. What are some of the opportunities that we can do to serve our local communities? And so our university is involved in various innovative enterprises such as aquaculture, such as growing kelp farming, seaweed farming, in order to provide various types of income generation, sustainable income generation activities for our populations who are dependent on a healthy ocean system for their own livelihood as well as the livelihood of the economy in our region of the country. So these themes that you are part of this conference are echoed around the world, and these themes are the exact themes that are so important for us to achieve and meet the challenges of a world that is being transformed by climate change. So on behalf of there are 11 of our students who are studying various disciplines, from environmental science to data science, to social work, to education, to anthropology, and to my co-leaders of this trip, this learning journey, I like to call it. Dr. Bethany Woodworth is with me today, and my colleague Sandra Larned. On behalf of all of us, I'd like to say thank you for allowing us to be part of your activities today. It's a great honor to be here. Thank you very much.
Being part of our team and for your willingness to partner with us for the purposes of sharing knowledge. Life has it that no one can grow alone. Even in the areas of acquisition of knowledge, we all need synergy and not monergy. Thank you for the visit, and thank you for your willingness to be part and parcel of this team, together with the team that came all the way from New England. I want to take this time to invite the representative of the Managing Director, KIPI, to deliver a keynote address.
Can we welcome down?
We've hastened our pace, and now we are even ahead of time.
Chief guests, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed, good afternoon. Yes, it is just noon. So, my name is Janet Kisumu. I come from Kenya Diversifying Institute, Kibe, it is the IP office. And I'm standing in for John Onyango, who is our MD. John Onyango would have wanted me to be here. He was born just a few kilometers from here, and when he's here, it's just like he's at home. So he little bad, but something just came up to meet his bosses, and there's nothing he could have done. He had to go and meet his bosses. So I'm passing his apologies for not attending this meeting, which is actually at home. So my duty is just to read his speech. I will not add anything, no subtract anything. So this is what I'm going to read. Mr. David Nganga, the representative of the chief guest, PS, State Department of Vocational and Technical Training, Minister of Education, Chair to the Council, Kisumu National Polytechnic, Mr. Charles Opio, Deputy Principal Administration, Kisumu National Polytechnic, Linda Ayuko, Deputy Principal Academic, Kisumu National Polytechnic, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It feels great that after 2 years of keeping off any physical gathering due to COVID-19 pandemic, we are once again congregating here today to celebrate the 4th annual International Multidisciplinary Conference and second National Skills Competition here at Kisumu National Polytechnic. For the sake of time, I straight away moved into making my brief remarks on the transformative and economic resilience, the role of intellectual property rights in the age of research and innovation in Kenya. As a reminder, on the March 12, 2020, the first case of the COVID-19 was reported in Kenya, 3 months after its outbreak in December 2019. The pandemic hit the country's economy hard, disrupting key sectors, especially education, international trade and transport, tourism and urban services activities. The Kenya National Bureau of Statistics indicated that the country's real gross domestic product contracted by 0.3% in the year 2020 compared to growth of 5% in 2019. It has since then recovered, and the economic survey in the year 2022 which Kenya National Bureau of Statistics released recently indicated that the GDP grew by 5.9% in the year 2021. The Bureau indicated that the economic growth in the year 2021 was supported by improved performance in key sectors of the economy, including manufacturing, which was 6.9%, wholesale and retail trade, 7.9%, real estate, 6.7%, transportation and storage, 7.2%, and financial and insurance activities, 12.5%. It, however, also noted that the activities that were affected more severely by the pandemic in the year 2020, such as education, accommodation, and food services, grew faster than those that were less severely affected. Economic reality. For long now, various studies have shown that agriculture, which contributes about 25% of our GDP, and manufacturing are no longer creating the type and number of jobs thousands of working-age Kenyans will produce out of our educational institutions, including from technical and vocational education and training TVET institutions. Indeed, the economic survey, including this year's, show that the informal economy is providing our youth more jobs opportunities than the formal sector. Though most of these opportunities are mainly in low productivity areas such as trade, hospitality, and bureaucracy, manual workers who are the tasked to carry out any assignment, transformative and economic resilient. The bouncing back of the economy is largely due to its transformation and resilient through it, though it has just been shocked by the rising global commodity prices, especially oil, wheat, and fertilizer, as a result of the ongoing Ukraine crisis. Fortunately, in the last 2 decades, Kenyans have been steadily moving into knowledge-based economy in which they are enjoying information, communication, and technology in all sectors, thereby enhancing their efficiency, effectiveness, and competitiveness in the world market. This has been witnessed when the COVID-19 pandemic was disrupting virtually every sector of the economy. Our innovators, majority of whom are the youth, came up with many new innovations and inventions in the areas of education, health, agriculture, trade, etc., such as personal protective equipment, contact tracing applications, ventilators, hand washing gadgets, sanitizers, online platforms for trade in products and services, conducting learning and meeting, just but to name a few. Intellectual property research and innovation. Intellectual property, which regulates the protection and utilization of rights to inventions, innovations, designs, new plans, varieties, creations, among others, has been identified as one of the most attractive incentives for investment in research and development in the world. This is because with a good IP system, innovators and investors in learning and research institutions are assured of recouping a return on their investment, since their IP rights assets in form of patents, trademark, plants, breeders' rights, or copyrights are safeguarded, leading to an increase in innovative and inventive activities, which are key drivers to efficient and improved production and competitiveness of products, processes, and services in the market. A good example is the record development of the over 10 COVID-19 vaccines, such as Pfizer, which was produced by Biotech, AstraZeneca, Johnson & Johnson, Moderna, etc., whose first introduction into the market and distribution across the world, including Kenya, has led to the containment of the pandemic, largely because their owners knew that they will benefit from the vaccine sales since they were under patent protection. IP in Kenya and Tibet institution. The Constitution of Kenya recognizes IP as a property right and creates an obligation for the government to promote, protect, support, and enhance intellectual property rights of the people of Kenya, which is found in Article 11, 40, 69, and 260. Recently, as you may have learned in the IP sensitization workshop yesterday, we have various offices handling different IP functions, including KIPI, Kenya Copyright Board, Kenya Plants Health Inspectorate Services, which is KEPIS, and the Anti-Counterfeit Authority, which is SCA. As you may well be aware, the Cabinet recently approved the Intellectual Property Bill 2020, which, once enacted by Parliament, will merge KIPI, KEPOBO, and SCA to create the proposed Intellectual Property, Kenya Intellectual Property Authority, KIPA. This is aimed at creating a strong, efficient, and effective agency to deliver on IP benefits, the Constitution envisages. More so, the Ministry of Industrialization, Trade and Enterprise Development is working on a national intellectual property policy and strategy to create a robust policy regime on IP generation, protection, and use in the country. The policy will ensure that the commercial resource of any IP are distributed in a fair and equitable manner that recognizes the contribution of inventors, the relevant institutions, and other stakeholders. It will also ensure that both the IP and other products of research are made available to the public through an efficient and timely process of technology transfer. The government appreciates the critical role Tibet institutions play in the promotion of the country's research and innovation in pursuit of sustainable development, and has tasked its various state agencies, including KIPI, to collaborate with these institutions in executing this important role. To stimulate research and innovation in this institution, including those represented here today, KIPI has assisted a number of them to come up with their own IP policies, which outline clearly how the individual institution, researchers, or lecturers and students will share commercial benefit of their innovation. Also, in collaboration with the World Intellectual Property Organization, KIPI has been working with various universities and Tibet institutions to set up Technology and Innovation Support Center to facilitate researchers to access the latest information on innovation. It has so far signed a memorandum of understanding with an established Sigalo Institution of Science and Technology, Eldoret National Polytechnic, and Sigalagala National Polytechnic. KIPI is in the process of doing the same with the Kisumu National Polytechnic. This will enable researchers, lecturers, students, and members of the communities around this learning institution to access specialized databases on IP from across the world free of charge at those centers, thereby reducing the cost of their investment in protecting their IP asset. In conclusion, I wish to congratulate the organizers of the 4th Annual International Multidisciplinary Conference and the 2nd National Skills Competition, and express our gratitude on behalf of the board, management, and staff of KIPI for inviting us to not only attend but also participate in the sensitization workshop yesterday and the conference and skills competition. Thank you.
For the presentation on my behalf and on behalf of the entire Kisumu National Polytechnic. I plead that we fast track the process because we need that to be done expediently. This time we have some papers to be presented, 3 of them. And so we want to invite Dr. Bugwa from Nano National Polytechnic. Dr. Bugwa, I hope if he is from Nano National Polytechnic, that would be great. But Dr. and trainees awareness of COVID-19 pandemic, a case study of Nano National Polytechnic. Thank you and welcome, Mr. Bugwa. Dr. Bugwa is the Director of Research and Development at the Nyandarua National Polytechnic. He comes to us here with a wealth of experience in the research area as well as in leadership. He says the rest we can hear from the presentation and the interactive sessions. Welcome, Dr. Bugwa. Let us welcome him by a hearty clap. Thank you. Our brother Collins Odinga will come up with harnessing cheap solar power by use of plastic to supply electricity for online learning.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. You know, when you are caught by surprise, you must organize yourself. Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Oh, good afternoon. Thank you for that correction. I was just saying, when you are called abruptly, you know, you have to prepare yourself, right? And thank you for giving me that chance to prepare and organize myself for the presentation. As the MC has said, I am Dr. Mbogo from Nyandarua National Polytechnic, and I am the Research and Development Director in that institution. I'll just start by asking a simple question to each one of us. Is COVID-19 real? Was it real? Do you still consider there being COVID-19? You have masks. And keeping 1.5 meters distance. Have you washed your hands this morning, many a times as possible? Okay. These are just some challenges about our study that we carried out in Nyandarua National Polytechnic. And so the title of my study is Institutional and Trainees Awareness and Preparedness over COVID-19 Pandemic, a case study of Nyandarua National Polytechnic. I hope this can be seen. If not, maybe you can add the projection. Okay. The outbreak of coronavirus caused by a severe acute respiratory syndrome rapidly progressed throughout the world and was pronounced a pandemic by WHO by the year 2020. At this time, from nowhere, people had started getting ill and falling sick and dying. And there we are, and the curious World Health Organization had to come up and find out what is ailing the world population. And that is the time they discovered there is a certain pandemic called COVID-19 or SARS-CoV-2. And they gave up the name COVID-19 as it was discovered in the year 2019. And in this, when the pronouncement was made, the governments of the world took this seriously. And they took an action to prevent further infection and the spread of the disease. And the action that was taken by various governments included the economic, social, educational restrictions, and at a certain point, there was the total lockdown on the people's movement and the business transactions in and across the nations. This lockdown by the governments led to the suspension of institutional of academics activities and halted millions of students from accessing education and training. And for this, WHO recommended precautionary actions to be taken by learning institutions to resume physical classroom lessons or face-to-face training and learning, and to minimize the spread of the pandemic. The Minister of Education came up with guidelines that were to be put in place by institutions so that those institutions can once more be opened for face-to-face learning and for the training of their trainees. In this case, there were the World Health Organization protocol and the Ministry of Education guidelines that were put in place. And for this case, Nyandarua National Polytechnic was reopened and introduced blended learning and training, where face-to-face and online training and learning was to be carried out, and that was done. And this research, therefore, endeavored to find out the institutional and trainees awareness and preparedness over COVID-19 for the blended training and learning. So the general objective of this study was to assess the institutional and trainees awareness and preparedness over COVID-19 pandemic on reopening for blended training and learning. The specific objectives for this study were: one, to establish trainees' awareness of the World Health Organization protocol and the Ministry of Education guidelines on COVID-19 pandemic. In this case, the institutions had the trainees in course or in the institution for training and learning. But we are the students, we are the trainees aware of what this pandemic would cause to their life, or how do they handle themselves within the institution during this pandemic. pandemic. The other objective was to find out whether trainers and trainees were equipped to facilitate graded learning and training, adhering to the protocols and guidelines put in place. And the third objective was to assess the training and learning infrastructure and equipment put in place to facilitate the blended training and learning. This study used a descriptive cross-sectional research design, and this is a design in which the condition and potential related factors are measured at a specific point in time for a defined population. The design was appropriate as it involved finding relevant information from a population demography of a specific point or at a specific point in time. The respondents were selected based on particular variables that the researcher wanted to study, and the design enabled the researcher to correct, summarize, and interpret the data correctly. So we have the study population, which involved or consisted of 2,301 trainees and 9 heads of department. And on sampling, 495 trainees were sampled, and all the 9 HODs were also used during or utilized to respond to the questions set. A questionnaire was used as our data correction instrument. And the findings having carried out the research, the findings of the research were as follows. The study found out that only 1% of the respondents could not be able to tell or to define what COVID-19 was. In this case, it means majority, 99% of the trainees were aware that there is the COVID-19 pandemic. But of this, 99% could not identify the various COVID-19 variants. That means when they were asked a question to identify the various variants of COVID-19, the students or the trainees knew not of any, but they could only talk of COVID-19. In this case, it means our students were ignorant of what was happening when we have talked of the virus mutating even to different variants. And for this, they could only talk of COVID-19, but what are the other variants? Over 20% of the respondents were not aware, nor could they tell of the origin of where COVID-19 originated from. That told me, or the study found out that there were ignorant trainees, for they were not ready even to know what is happening, what was the origin. In this case, if you ask them, what is this and where is it coming from, then you could find these fellows could not be able to tell. The observations of the research also found that only 10% of the respondents maintained the 1.5 meters distance recommended by World Health Organizations to prevent themselves from getting infected, or prevent their friends or neighbors from being infected. Remember, that was when we carried that research by late last year, and in this case, you would find by today, even in our practice here, I think it has now moved out of our mind that COVID-19 still exists. The finding also were that a sizable number, which is 40% of the respondents, had never attended any COVID-19 sensitization program or session. Whereas the institution could organize some sessions to sensitize the trainees over COVID-19, a sizable number. almost a half of the trainees could not attend. In this case, it means that's why there is ignorance about the disease, and hence a number of them may have been infected due to ignorance. The findings further revealed that the trainees may not be aware or have been aware of whose protocol and the Ministry of Education guideline about the social distancing, the hygiene conditions, and the sanitation aspect of the prevention of the pandemic. And remember, this was contrary to, or was found to be contrary to the institutional outbreak management protocol that the Ministry of Education had put in place by the year 2018 to allow educational institutions to reopen for learning to take place. In this case, Ministry of Education by July 2020 had also given guidelines which they had stated that non-compliance of these guidelines by together with the specified protocol to ensure safety and health of trainees, that institution would not be impromptu assessment to find how this protocol and guidelines have been put in place and how they have been followed. On the objective, whether trainers and trainees were equipped to facilitate greater training and learning and adhering in line with the adherence to the WHO protocol, it was observed that 68% of the respondents were not vaccinated. In this case, it means they were prone to be infected, and also they could not resist when infected. In this case, there were probing questions to find out why the trainees were not ready to get vaccinated. And it was observed that 32% of the trainees thought that the disease was for the aged. And also they had no need to go and get vaccinated. It was the idea in them, as we observed from the data analyzed. 40% of the trainees or the respondents thought that the vaccine do not work or did not work. And so why go for the vaccine if it does not work? Whereas 27% stated that the vaccine had side effects. In other words, why should we go and take the vaccine and then after that we will feel, uncomfortable with in our health. Whereas 8% described it as a government ploy or a government means of enriching, the government means of enriching itself. In this case, they thought this is a money minting, idea. So it means they had some ideas which were not, may not have been correct ideas, or they might be the right ideas. Maybe the brethren would answer that one and tell us how true was it that the disease was for the aged or not? How true was it that the vaccine had side effects? I hope a number of us were vaccinated in here. How true was it that maybe it was a government ploy to get some finances or some money from elsewhere? How true was it that really this COVID-19 is not real? But I write down that one because for me, I have a number of my friends who passed on, and so to me I would say, well, with all those notions, COVID-19 pandemic was and is real. But for that one, I leave it to the plenary. Maybe they will be able to expound more and tell us, is it real what this study found? So we are saying some ideas of the respondents may have been faulty. And this is against whose evaluation done by April 2022 that AstraZeneca, Johnson & Johnson, Moderna, Pfizer, among other vaccines, have met the necessary criteria for safety and efficacy. Moreover, the World Health Organization carries out thorough research for them to come up with evidence and tell and qualify of whatever product is in the market. So those measures maybe are not here, not there, and I believe institutions need them to go back and repackage themselves on how to give information to their trainees so that they can be able to understand and accept being vaccinated. Well, that is still a debate that we can still progress and continue to look into. The respondents need to be properly guided by being given the correct and true information about the various vaccines and maybe be persuaded as to why they need to be vaccinated. Remember when we had the disease, HIV and AIDS, some of our traditions were this is being bewitched, all right? Some would say no, it is when you get in touch with a fellow who is, sick of the disease. And with that one then, a number of people who would have been protected also died over HIV and AIDS. Might this be another HIV concept of the disease? And if we ignore it in our institutions, it will cause a number of unintended deaths. So maybe our institutions need to take over this and see the way forward. So the study observed that 40% of the respondents had no adequate knowledge and skills for integration of e-materials in the graded training and learning. A further 40% of the respondents could not access reliable internet. When you now come to e-learning, then it means you need to have reliable internet. So a number of our institutions, including where we carried out this research, could not have reliable internet. How then could blended learning take place? I don't know about Kisumu National Polytechnic, whether this challenge was also a challenge or is also a challenge today. I'm not aware. Maybe as we come to question time, then we respond and say we have overcome the challenge. And other institutions represented here. Without knowledge and skills for integrating e-materials and without reliable Wi-Fi, blended training and learning could not be effective. But remember, the exam dates for the trainees were not to be changed. So they were to sit for the exams, even though they did not have a chance to attend face-to-face classes, but they were not able also to get through the blended learning. And so this, according maybe to the results that maybe after the exams, maybe the various institutions will tell us how the outcome was, how it was the pass mark, what was the training, skills acquired by the learners due to this COVID-19 pandemic effect. Note that this was observed to be contrary to Aaron et al. The year 2007, who classified blended learning as constituting 30 to 79% of the e-learning. Questions were asked on the assessment of training and learning infrastructure and equipment put in place by the institution to facilitate blended learning and training. And the study found out that 56% of the respondents had confidence with the general preparedness of the institution. They say, yes, our institution is ready with the institutional infrastructure put in place. In view of the facilities such as hand wash basins and detergent, the sanitizer and masks, 67% of the respondents say they were inadequate. In other words, by then, as we carried out this study, there are not enough basins to wash their hands, there are not enough sanitizer, and it could be observed maybe some of the trainees could not afford the mask. In this case, they said they were not enough. So being inadequate meant maybe something ought to have been done to improve on those infrastructure and equipment. And this was contrary to what the WHO protocol and the Minister of Education guidelines were, that by then you could not open the institution if you had not attained to the level of acceptance. 78% of the respondents stated that the working space was not as per the recommended standards. That means in the classrooms, in the practical laboratories, then they could not be able to accommodate the required standard for over COVID-19 pandemic protocols. And in this case, that was what was observed. In this case, the researcher concluded that by what was found out, one, the institution had not prepared the trainees adequately by equipping them with knowledge and skills over COVID-19 pandemic, as in line with the WHO protocol and the Minister of Education guidelines. Number two, the institution had not prepared the trainees and trainers adequately by equipping them with knowledge and skills on how to integrate e-materials for better training and learning. Thirdly, the institution had no reliable internet for enhanced e-training for training and learning. And finally, if not the last, the trainees needed to be vaccinated to enhance safety of the trainees and the trainers. And finally, the institution was generally prepared for better training and learning, as there was adequate COVID-19 infrastructure, or at least sufficient by then, in line with WHO's protocol and the Minister of Education guidelines, but there was a need for reorganization of the facilities and equipment, like the practical rooms, available space, or the practical rooms, and the trainees, practical, and the classroom. And this is to avail enough working space for the trainees. And in this case, the following were the recommendations made out of this research. One, that the institution develop a COVID-19 curriculum to be integrated in normal trainees' trade lessons to sensitize the trainees over COVID-19 pandemic. In this case, the institution developed a curriculum which the trainers would integrate as they do the normal trade lessons for their trainees, to make sure that they are equipped with the proper knowledge and necessary to overcome the pandemic. Two, the trainers and trainees be equipped with knowledge and skills to integrate e-materials in their training and learning, or for graded learning and training. Thus, for them who lacked the knowledge and skills to integrate e-materials in their lessons, then why don't the institution prepare organized classes for the trainers and maybe for the trainees? Thirdly, reliable internet be provided to enable trainers and the trainees to integrate the e-materials in graded training and learning. The institution organized for trainees vaccination to enhance safety of the trainers and trainees. Remember, that will only take place after the institution has sensitized through integrated curriculum in the training thread to make sure that the learners understand about COVID-19 pandemic. The institution reorganized facilities like the practical rooms and the classroom to avail enough working space for the trainees. Thank you. Maybe at that juncture I will only ask if there is a question and I respond to. before I sit down. Thank you.
By the guardians of the organizers, are we free to ask you a question or two?
Your presentation is perfect, but I want you to agree with me or dispute it. Would I be wrong to say that the Nano Nanotechnology, National Polytechnic, lacked a technical team to communicate matters regarding COVID, which was scientific in nature? 2, we say that your students lack basic information, professional information and communication, and that is why your institute or your polytechnic looked to have been in crisis. Basically, to me, from what you have been presenting, it seems we did lack evidence-based model. Would I be wrong to make this judgment that Nano National Polytechnic lacked a technical team with scientific knowledge on COVID to present to your trainees? That is why your polytechnic students had a lot of problem in understanding issues to do with it.
The next question, please. Sorry, I was just about to ask the next question, but you have sat down. I had not noted the second one. I would say, okay.
Question number 2. It appears to me from your presentation that your polytechnic lacked evidence-based modeled information to help students to react to COVID, including COVID questions, which actually was a problem in scientific nature, and that is why we had that kind of issue to that level of the institution.
Thank you. These are good questions.
Social distance, but in engineering, we can never measure social distance in terms of meters. Who brought this term social distance instead of physical distance?
Vaccination, especially for the trainees. We know as a government policy, when the vaccines were brought into the country, there was a priority for the people to be vaccinated. We had a priorities for the elderly, 58 years and above, and then we had a priority for the civil servants. So in your study, why did you look at vaccination, especially for the trainees who are still
research design or sample application method that they use that can help you draw such a conclusion? Was it a survey or was it a cross-sectional, was it a cohort study? What was it? What was your sample application method? And what was your sample size?
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm just interested in the distribution of gender. Did you consider the distribution of gender for age certification in your scientific finding?
It is also in order that when you are asked a question, let us know your name, please, and the institution should come.
Thank you, for the presentation. I'm Harrison. I have 2 questions. Number 1, COVID was discovered around 2019. You've talked of protocols being developed in 2018. I don't know which protocols for you, if I have to. Secondly, how relevant is the research today now that protocols are...
Question 2, please repeat question 2.
How relevant is the research today, bearing in mind that the Ministry of Health had already put in place the measures to contain the spread of COVID-19? Thank you.
Thank you. I think now I can respond to those questions. They are good, they are many. I carried out the research. I learned a technical team case, I may not be able to expound more about the technical team because there might be a technical team on health. You know, well, that means that would be for those specialized in health. A technical team in research, that means that's a different concept. A technical team maybe over other issues that regards COVID-19. In this case, I would say yes. For no institution had experts in the health sector over COVID. Maybe Kisumu, if there was, they would tell us that there are some issues and some experts within the college or the institution. So it means we have to grab around and get institutions from media, from articles, and from the Ministry of Health. And maybe at times also go to inquire over the expectations, apart from the Ministry of Health guideline and the World Health Organization guidelines. So we might have lacked that aspect of the technical information. In this case, you also talked about it being evidence-based. Yes, you look at what our students, I hope students all over the country, has an issue of, is this true? Now, let's wait and see. And others, I think they are not serious over any issue. I'm sorry, that is in quote. You may not quote me for that. And so with that one, I mean, there might be some laxity somewhere over the trainings. And maybe to answer that one, I would answer together with the one asked by our sister there about aged 58 years, that the age we are considered for vaccine. That's true. The concept here, I believe, the government and the Ministry of Health's wisdom, maybe from data observed on the daily output, they could say maybe the aged were the ones who are affected most. And that is why they had said, let the vaccine first begin, not first begin. That does not mean it was for them, but first begin with the aged, then followed by civil servants. And why civil servants? Because by then they would understand the government needs to keep running, and hence those who would interact mainly with the populace or with majority of them to be served were the civil servants. And in this, the trainers and the teachers therein were part of the civil servants. But look at the civil servants being vaccinated. The trainers and the administration therein in the institution of learning, but the trainees who are interacting with these civil servants are not yet been vaccinated. There we are. And so we wanted to know maybe why would our trainees not, at a certain time, a point in time, vaccination was made free for all. And so in this case, we wanted to know why and what amount of our students have been vaccinated. So we put those in place, those understanding in place, even as we ask that question to find out why our trainees have not yet been vaccinated. Remember, even today we understand, though I may not have evidence for that today, that there are some vaccines that are within our medical health facilities. Yet, as the data show, 40% of our trainees in Nyandarua National Polytechnic has not been. The question is why? And that is why we needed to know what happened, that the students are not yet vaccinated, but the vaccine lies within the health facilities. On the aspect of why 1.5 meters physical distance, rather, maybe that was a term used wrongly, sorry for that, social distance rather than physical distance, right? Somebody asked over that, why the term physical and or social and not physical. So maybe that term was wrongly used for that concept, but it is physical distance from one person to, yeah, thank you for that observation. There was the issue of research design, sample method, and samples and sampling. I think I stated it here. Please, that one, if you go to the full paper, it is there. And even on my presentation, I think I projected it, whereby we said it was 2,301 trainees. There we said we had 9 HODs. And I stated the method of the research design. And I said the research design stated as a cross-sectional. And then I said for sampling we used the sensor method, census method. I think I presented here. And I said it was appropriate for this study. Thank you for that question. I hope I've responded. Somebody asked about gender distribution in our study. Yes, the preliminary information, if you get the full paper, the preliminary information shows the respondents by gender. So it is inclusive. We did not sample only ladies or gentlemen, it were both ladies and gentlemen. Maybe if I go back to the full paper, that data is already placed in that paper. So for the gender, both gender was involved. Somebody asked about the COVID-19 coming into play in the year 2019, and then I talked of the 2018 protocol, WHO protocol. Yes, the WHO protocol are for those diseases or those diseases that are communicable. They had put a concept of what should be done in case of a communicable disease outbreak. And so they stipulated it there, even as they would come back by the year 2019-2020 and refresh what was there in 2018. I hope unless there is one omission, I hope all questions are answered. Thank you so much.
Yes, I'm encouraged. One question, please.
Yeah, thank you, sir, for the good presentation. My observation could be that we may not need to include studies of COVID in the curriculum because when COVID came, it was a very serious threat. But as we stand now, over this entire period of like 3 years, deaths that were related to COVID, I'm not sure if they have surpassed 20,000. I think like something like 10,000. Whereas deaths from cancer, annually, we have in excess of 40,000 cancer-related deaths in this country. And we have new infections, which average around 50,000 per year. We have diseases like hepatitis. We have the new disease coming, what they are calling monkey, they are calling monkeypox. Yes. So if we were to include each and every one of these sicknesses in the curriculum, it might bring confusion. And what is bringing most of the cancer in this country, they say that like 90%, we have esophagus cancer, colon cancer, breast cancer. They are associated with the abuse of alcohol and drugs. In that case, therefore, this is one of the most serious threats to the youth and especially students in our technical training institutions. So therefore, if we want to look at integrating these health issues in the curriculum, I want to believe COVID became, but if you look at nationally, and then you want to look at the resources that we invested, will be invested in including this in the curriculum. When you do cost-benefit analysis, you might realize that it might not be absolutely, it might not be necessary as such, because we have more serious threats. Because if you are talking of like 5,000 deaths in 2 years, and there are diseases where people are dying 40,000 every year, Yeah, we do that mathematics. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your observation, but I hope it's not a degree, it's an observation. Simply because what we find is that cancer has been for a long time, malaria disease has been for a long time, among others such as hepatitis B, but none has been pandemic to the extent that learning institutions were closed or societies were locked down, that they may not do this or that. So, as we consider your opinion, which are okay, maybe we need to have ways and means of integrating that, but also with the research evidence, so that we can be able to provoke the government to take necessary actions. Otherwise, your opinion put in place and well taken. Thank you.
Let us appreciate him by a round of applause. Thank you, Dr. Mbugo, for that presentation. The next presenter is Collins Odinga. Collins Odinga is a trainer at Nyakach TBC in the electrical engineering. Welcome, Collins.
I want to begin by saying that we have three basic needs, that is food, clothing, and shelter, and there are secondary needs. And there is one secondary need that I believe should be also considered as a primary need, maybe, and that is electrical energy, electricity. Because in today's lives, there's no one who can live with electricity. Even the mic that I'm using right now is possible because of electricity. I'm Collins Odinga from Nyakach TBC. I'm the HOD Research and Innovation. So I want to look at a paper having a topic, harnessing of cheap solar energy by use of plastic to supply electricity for online learning. So we remember in 2019-2020, COVID-19 struck the world, and it was affected as in Kenya, and it made most, if not most, then all the institutions to close, and the students were sent home, including TVET institutions. This led to introduction of online learning, of course, which the online learning has come a bit earlier, and I believe it's there in our Vision 2030. So it means COVID-19 brought us online learning much earlier than predicted. So it means COVID-19 is not really going away, and it has brought us a benefit of having online learning to our TVET institution. So for us to have online learning to be achieved, it means there must be electricity. And it means we normally have electricity from the grid, and with the technology and the renewable energies that we normally have, it means we have the grid, and we also have energy from solar. Of course, in Kenya, the energy from solar really strikes our nation, and it means we can really make a lot of electricity and energy from solar. So the segment of the problem, during the COVID-19 pandemic, most of our students could not afford power. I want to confess that, including me, as a trainer, I found difficulty in accessing electricity because from the village where I come from, we realized that the grid hasn't reached there, and the current solar system that we use is very expensive, and most of us from the vulnerable families and cannot afford such solar system. So the current solar system or the current solars are made by use of what you call silicon. And you realize that silicon is used and is expensive. So an alternative means of producing power or the solar energy we are developing, and there has been a development of another instrument for that, which is plastic. So plastic can also be used in place of silicon, and the main reason why I consider this is the affordability. Those solar cells made from plastics are cheaper compared to the silicon solar cells. So it means the price of the solar will, of course, go down, and most of the families can now afford the solar for use, especially for online learning. So it means whenever students are at home and you engage them in online learning, then we expect that majority of them would attend the session. So objectives of my study was to examine the efficiency of plastic cells through the addition of polymers. Number two, to find out how cheap plastic make electrical energy together with free sunlight for online learning. And number three, to assess the effectiveness of harnessing solar power using plastic solar cells for online learning. So the literature review here is we need to understand how energy is obtained from light. So for you to change or for you to get energy from light, it means you have to have a system. And in this case, we use what we call the solar cells. So the solar cells here are a material that is responsible for conversion of light into electricity. So whenever a light strikes a cell or a solar cell, the solar cells has electrons, and of course electrons are normally responsible for conductivity. Then we have a construction of a solar cell. Normally they consist of a thin glass and or a transparent plastic coating to have a mechanical protection of the solar cell. So the pictures there does illustration of how solar cells look. Then if you look at this diagram, you see we have a cell. So it means a cell produces voltage, but the voltage is a little bit lower, which cannot be used to support various components. So combination of cells lead to what we call a module. So in most cases, whatever you see, whatever we buy from our shops are modules. So these modules have many solar cells combined, so that this is done to improve or to increase on the voltage production. And we have an array. So an array generally is a collection of modules. So it means when we consider using plastic solar cells, we can use them both at home and also in our institutions, because sometimes we have unreliability with our grid. You realize that sometimes due to bad weather or one reason or the other, the Kenya power gets lost. And of course, when it gets lost, it means our Wi-Fi cannot function. It means maybe when you have a desktop, then you can't proceed with your lesson. For example, even the PowerPoint uses electricity. So it means whenever you don't have a backup generator, then it means everything stops. So we can use an array, which is collection of modules, to produce a bigger power, and we can also store this one. The arrays can help us to store energy, so that whenever the grid is off, then we can proceed with our online learning. So the plastic solar cells. So the plastic solar cells generally are made from what we call polymers. So these polymers help in the conversion of sunlight to electricity through availability of the free electrons, which are responsible for the transfer of electricity. So how do we print plastic solar cells? Plastic solar cells are printed by a technology called a nanotechnology. So this nanotechnology confines the plastics, and so the nanotechnology is working in a manner that we have special printers. So these special printers, printers are responsible to print the plastic solar cells. So you realize that a glass will be put, just as the first layer there is glass. So a glass is put on top of the special printer. Then we have a plastic ink poured on top of the glass. So this ink consists of two polymers. We have the green polymer there, and we have red polymers. So whenever there is an interaction, or at the edges of the two polymers, you realize that there will be production of charges. You consider we have a yellow point somewhere here. So at that interface, where you have the green and the red polymers, the interaction between those two will lead to production of charges. And of course, you normally have a positive charge and a negative charge. In real sense, the unlike charges to attract. So somebody will ask me, so when positive and negative charges attract, how are you going to achieve production of electricity? So that is where now the polymers come in. The green polymers will separate the positive charges towards the glass, and the red polymers will take the charges towards the negative pole. So you realize that the glass will act as a positive pole of this cell, and whenever now we have the ink, that is where whenever we have the ink is referred to as a positive, an active layer. So an active layer generally means this is a layer where the production of electricity is achieved. But then the positive then will give us the connection, and the negative side will also help us in giving us the connection. So when you consider the flow diagram here, so from the sunlight we have the glass, which we've talked about. From the glass we'll have the active layers, where we have polymer 1, and of course polymer 1 maybe is the green polymer, and polymer 2 is the red polymer. Then you move to the charge controller, the input voltage converter. Then you're gonna have an inverter there. So from the inverter, then the current now can be supplied to various appliances. So these are the ones. So the area which I'm interested in is where we have the glass and the polymers. So the rest, that is the inverter controllers that one now depends with the application. There are those that we need to use it for DC and also AC. So the conversion, it means we must have sunlight. Then again, another very important aspect for solar energy production or electricity is what we are referring to as now the solar cells. And of course, when you want more voltages, you have to now have many solar cells to produce what we call the solar module. And when you have a big enough for an institution or an organization, and also for storage, now you can have solar arrays. So the results, of course, for the fact that plastics are readily available and they are cheaper compared to the silicon the silicon. So it means when you produce a solar cell using plastic, then it means they will be cheaper compared to the silicon solar cells. And these prices, the lower prices, aid and help most of our learners and even trainers to afford solar cells. So whenever they are engaged with online learning, whether they are at home, they are in school, then it means they can access and attend their classes at any given time. The plastic solar cells are they are vital, they are flexible and stay longer than the silicon solar cells. So their duration also is high. So we have coating plastic solar cells with polymers, which makes them robust or strong, almost unbreakable. So these are the strong or the robust nature makes it to be used for stronger appliances compared now to the silicon solar cells. Then you realize that when you're using the plastic solar cells, they are not more, they are less efficient compared to the silicon solar cells. Efficiency in terms of conversion, the percentage of conversion of light to form electricity. You realize that when you're using a pure plastic cell or a pure plastic cell, it will have about 1.2% efficiency compared to the normal or the silicon solar cells, which is between 15 to 30%. So we have additional, so for us to improve the efficiency, we add additives. So these additives will help us in reducing the duration of drying of the ink. I say, when you are producing or when you are printing the solar cells, it means you pour the ink on top of glass. So this process, it means this ink must dry up first. After drying is when now the conversion can take place. So addition of this additive increases the duration of drying, and this, when the duration is increased, then it means there will be what we call elimination of droplets on those solar cells. So when these droplets are eliminated, then the efficiency of the plastic solar cells are now improved now to 12%, to between 12% to 20%. So you realize that the plastic solar cells are still not that efficient compared to the silicon solar cells. So this makes us now to think about improving the additives so that its efficiency is matched with that of silicon solar cells. So the conclusion here is that the plastic solar cells are best alternative to use against fossil fuels because of the existence of solar energy in abundance, and it can be harnessed in maximum by use of polymers. Many people will use these cells for online, and of course online is related to blended learning, alongside in both households, industries, because of their low costs. Then plastic cells do not produce carbon emissions. That means they are also helping us in conserving our environment and ensuring that pollution is not achieved in our environment. So they are very effective. They can be used for online learning. So recommendation, there is need to improve the efficiency of solar cells from between 12 to 20% to 30 to 40%. So this efficiency now will ensure that they can now be matched with the existing silicon solar cells. Then we have overcoming the challenges of storage facilities. We realize that in our homes we have the batteries, we have a lot of solar, but the batteries cannot sustain us for long. They can maybe store electricity that can be used for a day or two. Past that, it's not possible. So when we improve on the storage facilities, it means we can also help the national grid We can also sell energy made of plastic cells to the grid, and which should again then be distributed to the neighborhood. And another recommendation is that there is need to do much research on the additive to the polymers to increase the interaction between the polymers. And this interaction will mean that much charges are produced, and of course when much charges are produced, then electricity production will also be increased. So, and I want to confess that there was after this research was done, it was a derivative literature review, and I saw an institution, though it was a secondary school somewhere in Itui. I saw it in LinkedIn that has already implemented and has installed the plastic solar cells in the institution. And its another advantage is that it is very flexible. It means it can be printed or laid on any surface. It can be laid on any surface. So thank you so much for giving me this time, unless we have some questions. Thank you.
We will accept the questions, not because I don't have one, but because I have many. And next is that we have the next presenter also coming. In the name of Mr. Mike. As welcome.
I know one day I'm the director. Currently I'm still the head of department, research and innovations. I was only standing in for my director, who is out on official duties. But thank you for the prayers. I'll be a director one day. Allow me to present. Actually, it's not a paper per se, but it is a project, and we're going to call it Human Kinetic Off-Grid Green Power Supply System. Just as the presenter before me acknowledged, electrical energy is the driver of the economy. Electrical energy is good because it is clean and can be easily controlled. However, we have challenges on how we produce this electrical energy. In some instances, we end up presenting or producing electrical energy using not so green technologies. I'm not anti-development, but from where I sit, I believe that all the nuclear reactors in the universe should be decommissioned. That is what I believe. Reason being that disposal of the waste from these reactors poses a great environmental challenge. When we come to diesel power generation or fossil fuel, they cause a lot of environmental harm because of the carbon footprint that they leave behind. So it is my conviction that we must look for greener ways of generating electrical energy. And that is the reason why we came up with this project. Well, industrial development, of course, calls for the energy. And we have a huge energy gap. And the most unfortunate thing is that when you have such circumstances, then what suffers most is the environment, because we forget that we owe to the generations that will come after us that we should leave the environment a better place for generations that will come after us. We owe them that. Otherwise, if our forefathers had not done the same, they would not have inherited what we have currently. Unfortunately, we are not looking at that, and things are going south. In terms of energy demand, you can see what the graph is talking about. From 1970 up to around 2030, you can see that our gap currently stands at 20 terawatts. Tera stands for almost a trillion watts of energy. This demand is huge, you cannot meet that. And the most unfortunate thing is that we have the exponential growth of the demand, so it's not coming down anytime soon. In terms of breakdown of the sources of energy, I mean, the most unfortunate thing is that the highest percentage, at 40%, we are talking of fossil fuel that leaves a huge carbon footprint. We have the carbon dioxide, global warming as a result of both. Look at all these, the top three: oil, gas, coal. They are not clean. They are not clean. Renewable energy is at a very low point. But this is the best that we could use. So the impact of our consumption of these not so clean energy has been felt significantly on our climate. Currently, the climate has changed so much. For instance, in Kisumu here, our weather is so erratic that you don't know when long rains will come and for how long they will be. So we have extended periods of drought, and when the rain comes, they are excessive. So in most cases, they don't help us a lot. So it's important for us to acknowledge that so far, this is becoming a threat, not to the coming generations, but to even our own very existence. If we don't take proactive measures, then we might experience real impact of our own miscalculations in our own generation, this generation, not even the next generation. I've already talked about that. And just allow me to bring into perspective what we mean by 1 terawatt of energy. For those who come from the Republic, you know that Takwel is the largest hydroelectric power plant from the Kerio Valley. Takwel gives us only 106 megawatts. So you can look at how many Takwels would fit into 1 terawatts. Almost 1,000. Take that and look at 30 terawatts, or 33 terawatts by 2100. It is not a picture that you want to look at. What am I saying? We must look for alternative energy sources. We must do this. Now, one of the main issues when you're looking for alternative energy sources is that it's good, you want the alternative, but are these sources reliable? Are they affordable? Because for us to support the industrial revolution, then we need an affordable source of energy. That has been a main concern. I believe everybody wants to go for renewable. But the costs are prohibitive. At a glance, alternative or renewable energy sources can be defined as energy sources that do not cause or they have limited net emission of CO2. Hence, they are what we call environmental friendly, called the green energy. There are a number of sources where we can tap green energy. One of them is solar. By large, it's one of the most promising. We have hydroelectric, we have biomass, we have wind, we have tidal currents, and geothermal. In our republic, I'm happy to report that this is one of the most promising. Actually, our geothermal potential is quite huge. If we were to invest in that, then we'll take our innovative means of scavenging for electrical energy from human kinetic motion. Allow me to use the term scavenging because the need is so there that from where I sit, I believe that any source of energy that can be tapped, that is green, should be tapped. So ours is an innovative way that allows us to generate electrical energy from kinetic motion. What do you mean by kinetic motion? When you walk, the kinetic energy of the motion is wasted. So we are looking at a way of converting this energy that would have otherwise been wasted into electrical energy that can be tapped and used, that can be used to replace those also green energy sources. Our objectives were to design a human kinetic power generation system and to design and implement a microgrid green power supply system. So those were the objectives that we were working with. This project I worked with my trainees from the electrical department, so it's not entirely my own innovation. I'm just a presenter. Allow me to use the word tip of the iceberg. There is a team. They are the innovators that were all instrumental in this design. Of course, the research questions will mirror the objectives. Let's look at the methodology. So the system is designed to capture human kinetic energy from the walking or the running motion of the body. So we are talking of a generation system that will capture the energy that I dispense as I walk, for instance, on this stage. Otherwise, that energy would have been wasted. So this is achieved by converting the resulting force of the weight of the human body, and this is that would have otherwise been transferred to the ground by the footstep, and we convert them into some useful mechanical torque. So that was the method that we, after a lot of research, that method is what we realized can assist us in tapping that human kinetic energy. Now, when this energy, what you produce the mechanical torque, then the torque would now be transferred to an electrical generator that will convert the mechanical energy into electrical energy. Once we have that conversion, then the electrical energy can be stored in form of your rechargeable cells. Remember, electrical energy cannot be stored in its raw form, but you can store it in another converted form. For instance, when you use rechargeable cells, we're able to store this in a form of chemical energy. The block diagram will consist of the energy harvester. This is the point where the human kinetic energy is tapped, and then it is converted into pneumatic energy. We decided to use a pneumatic system, and this pneumatic energy is able to be transferred into a generator to give us electrical energy. We decided to use a pneumatic system because, as I've said, the main undoing of solar energy is that you convert electrical into chemical, and the conversion is not very friendly. So what we're doing the energy that is scavenged in form of mechanical energy is used to pump air, and we store that air. So we are not going to store electrical energy in the form of chemical energy if you don't need it. But we'll first store it in the form of air pressure. This air pressure can then be channeled to a turbine when the need arises, and the turbine is coupled to a generator that now generates electrical energy. So we are trying to reduce, there's so many points of conversion, because remember with machines, each and every point of conversion is where you lose energy, because the efficiency of these machines is never 100%. So on top of the harvester, which is just assisted motion of kinetic energy to air. The air will be taken to the processing unit where it will be converted into electrical energy. Of course, any electrical system must also have some control. So we'll have voltage regulation and the control system and a user interface that allows the user to interact with the system. As I said, these are projects that has been developed. So that was our prototype. It actually is a proof of concept that this concept can work. Now, when you look at these metallic panels, they are made in such a way that they are movable. So when somebody walks on top of these panels, then is able to exert the energy and the panels are able to move. Underneath the panels, we have air pumps. So every time somebody walks, when you step on these, as you walk, then that motion is like operating an air pump. So that is the conversion we're talking about. This is the scavenger, but as you walk, then you convert that into air pressure. And this air is stored in an air reservoir. The reservoir is here. So we have a number. In a prototype we had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 pumps. So as you walk along that platform, then all these air pumps are interlinked and they take that into that storage system. So from this storage system is where now we'll be able to connect that to an air turbine. So these are projects that was developed and tried and it works. Now, let's look at real life applications. Before COVID, this was very real. Now that we are doing away with COVID, we still have such situations. I'm looking at a street full of human beings going about their business as usual, will not interfere with their normal day-to-day business. But as they walk, we'll have the harvesters on the field. So we'll be able to generate electrical energy without minding those guys' business, without asking them to pay anything. And if you have enough scavengers in such a street, then you will be able to have enough energy to run the whole street lighting system. That is an example. Another example is a political rally. We are very political in this country. When rallies are called, people come in millions or hundreds of thousands. So we are looking at the situation that these happy people, when they're celebrating, when their politician of choice is speaking, they're also generating electricity for use. Look at stadiums, for instance. If you are able to put those conveyors at the entry point of a stadium, you'll be able, at the end of the day, to generate enough energy to run all activity in that stadium without going for another external source. Churches, we are very religious. We go to churches on a Sunday, on a good day, on Friday, whatever day you pray. When you go to your prayer of worship, your place of worship, we have hundreds of people passing through a same point, probably one gate or two gates, one door.
if you're able to put the systems in these points where the traffic is very high, you generate enough energy to run probably the needs of that church for a whole week, because the church activity probably is just twice or thrice a week. You should be able to run it off-grid. We're talking about microgrid. Creating off-grid and you're still able to sustain your electrical energy needs. So what we say, the applications are many, and they're real-life applications. We concluded that the systems could be implemented by both national and county governments in high human traffic places, so as to supplement the other energy sources that we do have. Of course, it can also be used in our streets if we slightly change the design of our system so that they can be strong enough to carry the weight of motor vehicles, and we put them in our roads. Then we will be able to generate enough power to light our streets and also to power our traffic light system. That is another application. Of course, private entities will also take that. In other words, you're saying this microgrid innovation provides the best means of scavenging for electrical energy. I think that comes to the end of my presentation. Any questions on that?
Yes, we thank Evans for that presentation. It is an ingenious one, because I was making an imagination that if it is in a church function, you time when people are clapping and jumping, and therefore they'll be generating a lot of power. We want to invite questions for the two presenters, Please raise them up as we wait for the next presentation.
Thank you, Evans. It's a very good concept, but one we tend to believe is a white type of innovation. Much of what makes us easily understand concepts is the use of mathematical model. That model can be good if you use data approach. For example, when you are doing physics, those days you get like I is equals to E over R. That would simplify for people who like things to be understood easily. But then, you are not inventing a wheel. This concept, the way you are just implemented, don't you yourself feel it's going to involve a lot of labor to collect those steps? At what point are you going to harness that? And if you look at the concept you are proposing here, compare with others like solar energy or wind, which one do you think is faster, more efficient for human consumption? In other words, I'm trying to question the ease in terms of adoption and adaptation for technology transfer. Thank you. The gentleman who presented about solar energy, I think that's very quite all right, but I wish that concept of yours could be cascaded to reach our geocalic sector so that it can be used by our ordinary people. Most of Kenyans are not going to school. They are basically primary school university we market here. So they use this concept of a friendly plastic solar cell, which maybe it could assist them to do even business at night than just this work of learning in schools and colleges. Because those schools are well endowed in most cases, can use other means. But this technology of yours, if it can be, you put it in a way that it reaches our level of people to a kind extent, I'm telling you it will assist Mamamoka to use it as energy to sell vegetables on the street and the rest easily in a more, something that is easily portable. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mine is just an observation on the presentation on cheap solar. Someone may ask, how cheap is cheap? I'm not looking at the technical details. So we rather talk of affordable. I mean, if something is affordable, then that is it. Because even cheap is going to cost. So we cannot talk of cheap. Because we are talking about cheap, then you need to tell us how cheap is that cheap. Because everything can be cheap. I mean, it can be relative. Certainly.
Somebody is asking, how much will it cost? Nobody has given us the cost.
Yeah, and of course, when you're talking about energy, cheap is not a term that may be appreciable. We talk about affordability.
Thank you for two very interesting presentations about important topics. I had a question for Mr. Owino, which was the cheap solar energy presentation. I was not aware that plastics could conduct electricity very well. It does seem like the additives are crucial here to increase the efficiency of panels. I'm sorry if I missed it, but what kind of additives did you use to see the jump from 1% efficiency up to 12 to 20, you said? I was curious, what kind of additives did you try, and what are you thinking about using in the future? Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Grace Mauti, Principal Kinetic at TBC in Kuria, Migori County. I am excited by the two presenters on alternative energy. That is a very interesting topic, but you will forgive me. I am not near any scientific term, and it normally gives me problems, or they normally give me problems. But I would like to really appreciate Mr. Owino from Yakach TBC on the use of plastics. I must have missed it. I have been asking myself, probably Mr. Owino, if you could explain the word polymers. That one gave me a little bit of an issue. And also, for me, I don't know whether I missed that. I thought that the plastics were going to be burnt, or how are we getting this plastic energy? I must have missed it. So if you could please repeat that. Because in my mind, I am thinking of these many water bottles, and I'm imagining that's where we are getting the plastics from. Then I am seeing Mr. Owino put there the glass and the colors, red and green, and the interfaces. So in my mind, I was like, probably the red color was gotten from red plastic, and the green one from green plastics. I don't know whether I'm the only one who got lost, but probably I could be helped. But it's a really good concept. Then number two, on Mr. Evans of Kisumu National Polytechnic. That is a very interesting topic on how we can generate energy by walking, by jumping, by running, by clapping, by dancing. A really good model. And I have really learned today that by 2100, we will need 33 terawatts. At least that one I got it. I tried to imagine. So I was just asking myself whether this project tried to determine how much energy these people who are running or walking or dancing on an average, so that it can help us see whether we can get nearer the 33. Because I saw from hydro is 4.6 terawatts, from biomass is 5 terawatts, from wind is 2.4, and so on. Now, from this human kinetic energy, approximately, so that we can realize that by 2100, if we are 47 million Kenyans in Kenya, or we would have gotten to 60 million Kenyans, and about 60% of those Kenyans are involved in working in one way or another, about how much energy shall we have produced in terms of the terawatts, so that we get near to 33 terawatts. Thank you so much.
Thank you. That's a great question. Before I have a number of them, starting from where Madame has left. Is there correlation between the velocity or the speed of motion and the amount of energy that is stored in the system? And if that be the case, then could there be the bare minimum required for this system to operate? Because I'm seeing that there could also be a cascading of a similar project along the traffic ways, or some bridges, and that would do. Now back to Engineer Odinga. For you to make a polymer, you need a monomer, because many monomers make a polymer. What is the best polymer for the production of the polymerized solar photovoltaic cells? Are you going the ester way? Are you going the ethane way? Or are you going to be the alcohol way? Or which kind of polymer is suitable for this? That is one concern. Number two, the ordinary plastic we find in market are either thermoplastic, and so they can be the thermosofts. That means the intensity of heat, if it increases, they become softer. Or they can be hardeners. That means the increase of heat will make them harden much more. So in this design, are you considering the thermosofts or the thermohardeners? That is the second question. The third one is on durability. An ordinary silicon-based photovoltaic cell will take 20 to 25 or about 30 years. But an ordinary plastic will not survive that much. How about if it is now transformed into something else? So I'm casting doubts about this durability of going towards any level beyond that. However, I must appreciate this work that has been done, and it is a gray area that needs some concern. Thank you.
Short there. I'll be interested with what amounts of air we're able to collect and what did that translate to in terms of amounts of energy, so that from there then we can reason together to extrapolate what really can be generated from this, and what would be the risks in having such a kind of thing. But it's a beautiful project, I think.
Could there be any other issue also related to efficiency in conversion? Because the turbines or the generators will have to operate either on dry air or wet air. So have you made a provision in this design for the drying of air such that you do not have the wetting process?
plastic. And to some point, he talked of this organization that has already implemented this. And I don't know whether it was a new research area. And also at the end, he talks of the issue of efficiency that needs to be improved. To me, compared to silicon, the plastic is not all that efficient. Then at the beginning, he does not also try to compare these two items. He's talking about the silicon and the plastic in matters of characteristics. So that is what I saw that was not coming out clear.
Let us consider that with the last question for the presenters to address them. Welcome, I'm Lucy, the principal of Bondo TTI.
My name is Martin. My question is to Mr. Evans. I want to know whether the weight of an individual really matters when it comes to the amount of air collected.
So let us invite the presenters to
feedback and the questions that have been raised. It's very, the observation for the case in the first question, it's very necessary for us to improve the Iwakali sector so that they help us in economic development of our country. I believe this one will be taken care of in future. I also want to appreciate the correction that I've received. In place of using cheap, and it was supposed to use affordability. So affordability here is compared in terms of the cost per watt coverage, and you realize that for silicon cells, their costs range between $2 to $4 per watt coverage, and when you look at the plastic cells, they range between $1 to $2. Then another question was about the type of additive that was used. So this additive generally, as I mentioned, its purpose was to make the drying of these polymers to take longer. And the type of the additive that we developed here was called an acrylic paint. We realized that acrylic paint takes longer for it to dry up. So when it takes longer to dry up, then there shall be no existence of what we call the stains in the cells. I want to define the term polymer. It was asked. So a polymer is a synthetic substance of very large molecules. And you realize synthetic substances are made from chemical synthesis of various substances. Then I talked about the green and the red polymers. The green polymers here represented long polymers, and the red here represented the short polymers. So the interaction between the long and the short polymers now lead us to production of charges. An example of a red or a long polymer was a polyethylene. Of course, that one also will help me answer a question that Mr. Nyawur asked. And the long polymers use proteins. Then, considering the durability, the additives here also ensure that the production of these cells are strong once their they are drying up. Using the nanotechnology is achieved, then the longer it dries, the longer it will also take to exist on the Earth surface. Then on the last question is what it was about the effectiveness or the efficiency of the silicon and the plastic. I admit that currently the plastic cells are less efficient compared to the silicon cells. The silicon cells have the efficiency ranging between 20 to 30%, and that of silicon now ranges between 12 to 20%. So we realize that for us to improve on the efficiency, then we have to do much research on now the additive and ensure that the additives or the polymers here can now produce a higher voltage or energy. And again, I want to say that for the project that was done for the solar cells that was installed in Kitui, I don't know what technology that they used. Maybe it might have been a different one from mine, but the idea was they used plastic polymers to produce their energy. So I didn't go into details on what polymers did they use. Did they use the long and the short, or which technology did they use? So that was the point. So the point was I wanted to make it clear that the plastic polymers can be vital, or they can be used to produce energy for our users. And especially I was focusing on online learning. But I believe moving forward with the questions and also the concerns and the observations that we made, I believe this one will come out to be a better one. I want to appreciate you so much for your time. Thank you.
Thank you. As you wind up, let us agree it is not this bottle. Because to me and to my colleague over there, we were thinking of a mechanism that could convert all our water bottles into something that can be viable. Then, second to that, you'll also need to come out clear in the next presentation whether the long polymers are the red ones or the green ones. Yes. Please, I'm the one who has asked the question, meaning I'm the one who did not understand. So if you did, fine.
Thank you. I have a number of questions. Allow me to address them. The first one, I wish to categorically state that these projects will not be a white elephant. We have a working prototype, and if you look at my presentation and the energy gap and the percentage of fossil or not so clean energy that you're using, they will all agree that we need to scavenge. I requested to be allowed to use the term scavenge because the situation is there. Any source that you can get, we go for it. Otherwise, we are in for problems. So it will not be, I believe, not be a white elephant. Now, of course, there are other sources that appear to be better. Even solar energy, before it reached where it is right now, it started as an idea. Probably at that time it was not as efficient as it is. All ideas, they begin from a point. You come up with a proof of concept, and then over a period it will develop. Of course, I'm sure that my team will be able to come up with a better prototype 2 years down the line. Better that has been where we've implemented lessons that we've learned from the challenges that have been faced by the current prototype. So we'll get there. Now, another question
was the model that we used. Of course, in research, also engineering, models present a better way that allows us to understand better a concept. I did not include my references, but allow me to talk of one paper that really helped us in our design. Allow me to quote it and give them the credit that they deserve. So these are the works of Maxwell Dolian from the University of California and Rogers Cron from the University of Colorado. They had a good paper titled Mechanical Work for Step-to-Step Transition as a major determinant of the metabolic cost of human walking. From this paper, they are able to pendulum model. It is believed that as a human walks, most of the mechanical work resembles a pendulum. You know a pendulum? Then inverted. Okay? Are you together? An inverted pendulum. And in this work, they say that work is not needed to move the pendulum, but simply to redirect the center of mass from one pendulum arc to the next. That is a model that they came up with, and from their calculations, they were able to determine that the energy produced per kg for each step taken by an individual would range from between 0.01 watts per kg to 0.57 watts per kg. Okay? So that is what underpins the research that led to the development of that project. And that also slightly answers the third question that was thrown to us, which was the correlation between velocity, motion, the correlation between weight and the energy produced. I think there's a question to that effect. That has been answered. The energy produced is dependent on the weight. Okay? From 0.01 watts to 0.7 watts per kg. So it is dependent on weight. So I'm almost 100 kgs. So you can do the maths. When I walk, the amount of energy that you waste. And of course, these will help us. We may not use this as the silver bullet in this process. But what it will do is that it is supposed to supplement other energy sources. So we'll have those energy sources, but we pray that those energy sources be green, and to believe that this one will go to a greater extent to add more energy into the system so that we reduce the deficit. And not only reduce the deficit, but also reduce our reliance on not so clean energy sources. I don't know if I answered all the questions. Of course, there's the issue of velocity and motion. That was also tackled by that paper where they talked of the energy or the work is not the work that is needed to move the mass, but to move the center of mass along one pendulum arc to the other. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you very much for making it to the great. Thank you for that. And I want to thank all who have been here. Thank you for your patience. You are very active, either as a listener or in form of asking questions. You know, without you, this conference would not have taken the color and the candor that it has now. So thank you. I want us to come up and then we just relax a bit because I want us to have a health break. And let us start that health with a physical one. Just come up, just stand up, stretch yourself. And so, Mr. Nyango, take their energies into that pump. Take their energies into that pump. Take their energies into that pump. And by the end of this, we'll be lighting our system here using the energy that you generated. Then now, okay, stretch straight towards the back, just towards the back a bit. But please, we have a clinic here, so don't worry. Don't worry. So thank you. I want to invite one of our colleagues to come here and offer a word of prayer. Madam Pauline, come, because we are going for lunch. Please, you are invited, and we say elsewhere, bon appetit. That means a booming appetite.
Thank you. Let's begin our prayer. Jehovah Lord Father, we thank you, we honor and we glorify your name, Father. Thank you for these loving people that we have here today. Thank you for the sessions that we've had, oh Lord. And before us now, we want to break for a plate of something, oh dear Lord Father, to nourish us, our bodies, Father. Father, we thank you because you've nourished us spiritually, you've nourished us intellectually, and we are going to do good to your words. We thank you and we honor your name. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen.
We are going to use the same.
Thank you so much. All protocol observed. My name is Joseph Sunguti, Joseph, and I'm the county director for Tibet for this county, Siaya, Kakamega, and Vihiga. I wish to take this opportunity to welcome all of you to Kisumu National Polytechnic and to this important 4th annual multidisciplinary conference and 2nd national skills competition. I wish to pass my own personal remarks, then those of my boss and director. First of all, I would like to start with mine. While we appreciate the significance of research and innovation in any institution, be it government, department, or a private entity, it is necessary to note that it should lead to economic well-being of the people, not a research per se. The theme of this conference is research, innovation, and skills towards a transformative and resilient economy. Simply put, it means that the research, innovation, and acquisition of skills should result in an economic good. Today, the economic goods have been eroded by many factors to an extent that we require recovery mechanism. We have a very high inflation in the country, and hence the purpose of this meeting. When economic goods become scarce, we witness inflation, witness unemployment, hunger, and many other unpleasantries of life. Therefore, ladies and gentlemen, this conference has come at the right time when we are seeking solutions to the full recovery of our economy. I note with a lot of concern the remarks from the director Tibet. He says, as competition competition between countries mounts and global growth slows, the need to prioritize innovation and research and development has never been stronger. The link between innovation and economic growth is uncontrovertible. There is no doubt that innovations have the ability to lead to higher productivity. This actually means that the same inputs generates a greater output in the economy, raising the productivity, resulting in the growth of the economy. The onset of the fourth industrial revolution, as Industry 4.0, has resulted in a competitive paradigm shift with disruptive and far-reaching changes in the work field. Artificial intelligence and augmented reality, for instance, have pushed automation of industrial process to a level never imagined to be possible. These disruptive technological innovations have not only ushered in new practices in the workplace, clearly increased the premium for skills that are likely to be fully replaced by automation, but also given rise to the demand for high-level skills and in the process rendering the old ones obsolete. Hence, staying relevant in the new job terrain will obviously not only require a high level of learnability, that is, the willingness and ability to unlearn, learn, and relearn, but also increase emphasis on research, innovation, and development. This presents two critical implications for education, training, and skills institutions. First, the growth significance of learnability means soft skills will be just as important as higher order cognitive skills. Second, innovative modes of education and training delivery have emerged, powered partly by technology. However, their efficacy is yet to be fully established. I am pleased to note that the conference brings together paper presentations from a wide variety of disciplines, with particular focus on challenges faced by the society on a day-to-day basis. Both developed and developing countries are, for instance, currently grappling the new and emerging with climate change, pollution, and economic uncertainties, especially in this post-COVID-19 era. Heavy pressure on already strained resources. These sub-themes in this year's conference, that is, sustainable energy and manufacturing and marine and blue economy resources, particularly addresses technological aspects of sustainability. Further, can only be attained through strategic network, especially among various disciplines. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, for your attention, and thank you. May God bless you all.
For your presentation, giving us a focus of the sustainability of sustainable development. And I also bet that it does not come by whisker. It must be an intentional effort that is made and collaboratively done by all of us. Thank you. Of knowledge. And as it comes, quite a number of us here are alumni of the same. One of them is the one standing. Thank you.
Hello. I'm actually standing in for Professor Mwasiaki. He's got engaged in some other activities and requested me to come and give the keynote address. Partly I tend to think he asked me to do that because of the theme of the conference involves the word innovation. That's an area which I believe I'm well versed. Once again, I'm saying my name is Anthony Mayaki. I work in the Moi University. As the technology transfer officer. Basically, I deal with the management of intellectual property in the university. So, that clarity, I just want to say the director debates the representative of the principal and all the protocols observed. I'm glad to be here today to make this presentation and give this keynote address. This is the first time I've come to Kisumu Poly. It looks a very spacious place, basically more warm than Eldoret. Kisumu is not such a strange place to me. We should just come here for work and then go back. When I was asked to talk about the eco-innovation life cycle approach and circulatory, I had to think of just going by the topic. But then, again, when you are giving a keynote address, in my opinion, you will tend to have a worldview, give it a view from an angle where you are specialized, from an angle that you are basically more confident, because these topics are usually very wide. So we only chew a section of it and leave the other parts. And then probably another time someone else will give another angle like that. We may not really be able to go through all the issues concerning issues to do with sustainability, recycling, and that kind of matter. So I will take my keynote address to read something like intellectual property, propelling innovations in sustainable resource utilization. Intellectual property, propelling innovations in sustainable resource utilization. Basically, I am, as I said, I manage intellectual property. I saw in your program, you had somebody speaking from KP, I don't know if the person is still here, Kenya Industrial Property. Okay. Basically, those are my colleagues. I could be, although the faces look, they are familiar to me, but these are basically younger generation. I was part of the team that found, we could basically say the technical team that founded KIP, Kenya Industrial Property Institute. At that time it was KIPO, Kenya Industrial Property Office, which was dealing with the protection of industrial property. And then as we worked on that, we were examining patents. We reached a stage where we thought we were examining a lot of patents from other countries and almost nil from our own country. So we set up what we call the outreach and the education program. We started reaching out to the general society so that they could educate them on issues of intellectual property rights. I was tasked with basically tasked with setting up that system. And that's how Moi University was able to detect me, and then they requested that I be seconded to that institution to pioneer management of intellectual property in our public institutions. So I moved there in 2004. Ideally, I was just supposed to stay there for a short while, about 3 years or so, then move to another institution like that. And the issue was because our research institutions, we were looking at them as the mining, the places where you can mine intellectual property much more easily than other places. So I've been there since 2004 because now I realized there were challenges, but that did not stop me from actually reaching out to the other institutions, not just in Kenya, but even in East Africa, to try and help them just set up their intellectual property management offices. Now, the issue of intellectual property, probably they have talked a lot about it, but they are talking from the protection point of view. I will talk from the point of view also, because I have that experience of protecting, examining. I've also the experience of now sending what is supposed to be examined, then looking at what the inventions are there in our institutions, and of course those challenges that are there. So one thing we should know is that countries that are considered advanced, countries that are considered developed, if you look at them, they are not dependent so much on the raw material. It's not the raw material, but the intellectual property. It's the creativity. The person that has a lead to information is the person that sets the rules. The person that has lead to information is the person that sets the rules. And I've come in my observation, visiting some of those countries and training in some of those countries, I realized that raw material is basically a raw deal. Raw material is basically a raw deal. Now, issues of innovation, when we are talking about the ages that have been moving, we kind of are moving away from or we are still in the information age, or it's a mixture of information age and the fourth industrial revolution. Sometimes I just tend to think those are semantics, but basically what those terms, in my opinion, mean is that they are giving a lot of stress on innovation, a lot of stress on creativity, whether in the issues of just creating for the purpose of creating, but on the issue of sustainability. You need creativity to sustain yourself. You need creativity to actually be able to move around for health and all the other purposes. So, when you think of it from that format, my observation also over time is this. Human beings want to be comfortable. They want to be comfortable, but at the same time, or they want honor, they want comfort, they want to look special, but at the same time, they want to sustain, they want sustainability. So there's that kind of picture you have at the back of your mind that somebody else will be doing it while me I'm enjoying my life, or somebody else will be doing it. Those are just my observations. Somebody else should be taking care of the animals and the rivers make them their clean, but I should be having a certain lifestyle that I also show them that I'm actually better than them. Now, I tend to think that in itself is also a factor that is going to affect sustainability. When we will appear that we are better. I want to give this example. One time I'm doing this training in a university called Uppsala in northern Sweden. And as we are taken through a certain graph or ecosystem explanation, you see actually the way they are managing their ecosystems and sustainability, the animals, the birds, and how they relate with the farmers and all that. But one thing I observed is that they have lost quite a number of their original or indigenous animals. So I amused, when it came to question and answer, I amused myself. Asked the guy who was training us, a nice professor that's nasty man. We in Africa, we are considered not developed because we have left most of our environment presumably untouched. And we want to be like you. We want to be like you. So in my thinking is, why don't you let us also destroy our environment? Let's also destroy our environment, get to where you are. Then we can sit at the table and discuss on how to help ourselves on Earth. Because let's leave this irony. So until we face things in that manner, another time in 2011, I was giving a presentation in Safari Park. That time the minister was Mutula Kilonza, no Wekesa. When I was in the environment, Mutula Kilonza was in justice. And I also brought up a similar thing on the issue of carbon trading. And the carbon trading is basically meant to help us. It's basically meant to help us deal with the issue of sustainability. so that we can have more trees that are planted and all kind of things. But again, if you look at that treaty deeply, in my opinion, it will not really solve the problem. Because what it means is, let's have Africa plant the trees, and somebody else will develop. So if you think through, it's basically saying, you clean up, let us make the world dirty, you clean up the shit. And I said, that is not going to be sustainable. We must find a way that is win-win. Not somebody else cleaning, we do the shit and somebody else cleans up the shit. Because the environmental pollution from Africa is very little. Now, the countries that seem to be advanced, they have advanced because of a lot of creativity and heavy manufacturing of what they have, those works of creativity that we admire. And we want to use the nice seats, the nice laptops, the nice work. Because let's talk, for example, if we are going to use the battery, the lithium battery here, the manufacturing there of that part in itself has a lot of environmental consequences, repercussions. There's a lot of environmental repercussions. But we enjoy the laptop. So that balancing, the waste of that lithium, or waste of issues to do with uranium, nuclear, who is going to keep that? Who is going to keep that waste and stock it? Who is going to suffer the negation? Okay? So production worldwide, it requires heavy environmental polluters to actually manufacture that. Now, the only way we can increase productivity is to trade in those carbon credits. So which means somebody else should reduce the production, somebody else should not produce it, and we will pay a little bit of that. So unless that is worked out so well, such that there is a balance, the equivalent, where even the person who is not manufacturing is paid the equivalent of the one who is manufacturing, when we call equity remuneration, I tend to think it is not sustainable. So that's where we need something that is realistic as we go for something realistic that will be able to take care of our comfort at the same time sustain us. That's where now the issue of innovations in the area of sustainability, taking care of the social part, the emotional part of a human being. Now, because we know the human life, what we call the human life drivers, I would classify them as fluids, basically drinks and air. So, and food. So it's fluids and food. And these are harvested from the plant and animal life, except for water, medicines, except for water, which is harvested just is a natural dead stuff. So even in medicines, of course, some of the medicines also come from the dead stuff, dead chemicals, but a number of them from live chemicals, live forms. The other need, of course, is shelter, which includes clothing. I know sometimes people want to separate clothing and housing, but it's basically covering yourself. I remember one time I entered an office in our institution, and I think somebody had not treated me so well, so I asked the person, I told the person, I'll come back, I come to help here, and I didn't get it, so I've now come back. The person told me, this office is always open. And I told the person, no, I don't think the office is open. An office is only open, not because the door is open, but because the service, people providing that service have an open heart. The door can be open, but when you have a closed heart, I'm not interested in the building. I'm not interested in the desk. This university is not desks, is not cabinets, is not, for example, this poly is not buildings, it's the people in there and the services they are giving. That's what makes Kisumu Polytechnic. It's not the building, it's not the multi-purpose hall. So, when we are talking about, let's say, the walls here only protect us from the environment. They are meant to just guard us from disturbances from the environment. So, clothes the same. Then there's the social supplies. They appeal to the emotions, the entertainment, religion, health, and all these things are coming from majorly life forms. Now, when we look at the word sustainability, from the Oxford Dictionary, is the ability to be maintained at a certain rate or level, but the one I like is avoidance of depletion of natural resources in order to maintain an ecological balance. Of course, sustainability, the circulatory economy falls into sustainability. It's an effort towards sustainability. Now, ideally, life forms and non-life forms and natural forces on Earth or in the universe are so intertwined in such a way that they can be viewed as performing a certain circular dance. It is a kind of dance. For example, death of one sustains another. The rhythm of this dance seems to be beyond human control as far as even today, as history goes up to today. If the dance is interfered with in any ecosystem, it kind of punishes the interferer so that the balance is restored. In past times, there were micro-ecosystems even on the same island or continent. Because people just lived on a certain continent or island and they probably did not move so much to interconnect. So restoring or maintaining balance in the micro-ecosystems was a bit easier. But now, human population and their socioeconomic activities have grown to the point where we now have a global ecosystem. Managing this global system with the diverse cultures, appetites, rights, etc. requires ingenuity, be it managerial, just governance, technological, or social. It requires creativity. It requires creativity in politics, it requires creativity in religion, it requires creativity in the governance systems. It will not be business as usual to be able to sustain the circulatory economy. Governance, being the main coordinator, has the responsibility of coordinating the detection of imbalance, sounding warning, and coordinating restoration of imbalance. That's why there are efforts at global level, such as the Sustainable Development Goals, and at national level, such as the National Environmental Management Authority, to oversee resource utilization with sustainability. So for issues of change, because change is the only thing that is permanent. Life on this globe is the main driver of change, especially human existence. It's humans who are actually the main drivers of change. Scientifically, humans are at the core of managing the affairs of the earth. They do it basically to maintain their existence. As such, they strive to control the other life forms and harness non-life forms and environmental forces to their advantage. Now, there are risks in doing this. Unfortunately, in striving to survive or increase comfort or entertainment or compete for control or ego and other factors like that, sometimes or many times humans go overboard by overuse or misuse of other life forms, basically interfering with the dance. Non-life forms and forces of nature, they interfere with the dance of life forms and non-life forms and forces of nature. The downside of this is that it threatens our own survival. The threats may be caused by unbalanced forces of nature, such as depleting ozone layer, as such causing climate change, disease due to diminished nutrients in the food chain, or introduced nutrients in food chains, or viral diseases transfer from animals to humans, or from animals to animals, causing unbalanced depletion of certain species, which eventually destabilize the ecosystem. So you see, all these things are interconnected. Of course, you heard about corona. We already talked about those theories that it jumped from animal because of climate change. The temperatures have increased, so certain viruses are now able to jump from animals and enter into human life forms. So there are all those theories, but of course it's not yet concrete on cause of corona. Of course, there are also those theories why Africans die in many numbers. There are also those theories. But we shouldn't ignore them, especially that they can jump, a disease can jump from an animal to a human being because of climate change. Although I tend to think it's perfect, but whichever way you may find it is probably something else that has been caused by our imbalances in the ecosystem. As far as food, I want to give an example of food nutrients are concerned. One time I met a doctor, Kenyan doctor who now lives in the US, and he told us that we were having a meeting and trying to do what we call a strategy for Kenya Wildlife. And he said, in his opinion, diabetes is not caused because of lack of taking too much sugar or too much sugar in the body. Diabetes is actually caused because of people are taking too little sugar. And that was a bit controversial, so we sat up properly to listen. But when he explained, it actually made sense. The little sugar or little amount of sugar he was talking about is not in terms of quantity of sugar. He was talking in terms of types of sugar. He was able to explain that there's 8 types of sugars. And because of depletion of natural nutrients in the soils, because of overuse of soils, it seems that the plants are not manufacturing all the sugars required. So many times most cases we are just exposed to sucrose and fructose. The other 6, they are very little or no longer in our food chains. And yet the sugar molecules are very important for the immune system. They are a very important component of the outer part of the white cells. They form the tentacles that actually check out whether a cell is damaged and it should be removed or not. And if these tentacles are not well structured, they will miss out on the enemy, and so missing out on the enemy in the long run could cause another disease or even cancer. And says that if you get exposed to the other 6 sugars, you may actually get healed even from diseases that we think require a lot of medicines. So you see, sustainability, we need now, research kind of now points to that. Now which has pointed to that, we now start looking for the other 6 sugars. And in Africa, we still have certain things that can provide the other 6 sugars. And for some reason, he pointed out to a certain honey. He pointed out to a certain honey and said that honey has walked around. Doctors get sure. So you see, it will take research. It will take researchers to point out some of things. And of course, for us in Africa, we have lost a lot of medicines. We have lost a lot of medicines. But all is not lost. We need now to bring that into our research systems. We can keep complaining about colonization. That doesn't help. They did what they did that time. Those were the laws of the game, the rules of the game that time. So you can keep mourning, or you can go ahead and salvage what's left. Okay? So research institutions should be able to get us these things back, protect what is already left. Now, obviously, intellectual property will be there to reward those who are genuine, that eventually, if we deplete the species, there will be a hit back on us as human beings. The hit back sometimes results in human-to-human conflict and human-to-animal conflict, which includes biodiseases. Because when a virus attacks you, it's a conflict, in my opinion. Whether it's just a virus or it's just a bacteria, it's a conflict it has with you. And then there is, for human offspring to continue surviving and with minimum conflict, they have to choreograph the circular dance of life and join in. They have to use one advantage they have over other life forms, the intellect. This is what differentiates us, the thing above our neck. At one time I was explaining to some students, to some forum or university, it was university last year, and I explained to them that what I've observed over time, now I'm all passionate in this intellectual property matters for some time, so I believe I'm an authority, so I can speak some things over it. I think one of the reasons why I think the African continent is actually downlooked, because I've been going through issues of intellectual property, mixing forums and observing, because for me, if I go to those countries, I just don't go for the sake of the course and certificate. I try to understand how do these guys run the affairs of their country. How? What that makes them tick? For example, we do the same physics. Personally, I do not believe in this thing of there's a special school, the group of schools, an academy. You went to a classic school. That's nonsense, in my opinion. That's nonsense. Because people in those schools study one thing, 0 to 9. I don't think there are any numbers beyond 9. maybe quark, Koch, their numbers only 0 to 9. ABCDs from A to Z. Those are the codes we use. The physics they learn here is the physics they learn there. The physics you learn in Kisumu High School is the physics learned in some group of schools somewhere. So there's nothing like a special. The only difference is those special schools, which is understandable. It's a 5-star hotel. That child is just taken through a 5-star hotel. And in Kisumu boys, the child lives in a school. That's the difference. The same teachers, in fact, most of the teachers in those schools have come from KU. They have come from a TVET institution like this. So what makes the difference is there is the ingredients, some value system, some culture that they have that makes them tick and go ahead. Now, the culture we have is that we'll find that there's this belief that we have not contributed much as a black man to the world of innovations. Now, probably that's not really true. My thinking is we have not documented what we actually innovate. We don't document and organize it and even perpetuate it so that it's named towards us. So you tend to see, what I explain to those young men is that you tend to see that we in Africa probably are encouraged to use organs below our neck. We are encouraged to use organs below our neck. That doesn't help much in the information age and in the industrial revolution. Now, how is intellectual property going to help us to do the circulatory economy, sustainability? So it's innovation for sustainability or circulatory economy. In the modern day, as I said earlier, that's, in my opinion, the only part that will help us be able to enjoy the comfort, enjoy the ego, enjoy the pride we have when we have something special. Maybe you have a better mind than me, but still at the same time be able to handle sustainability. Now, I'm sure the people from KIPI may have talked about intellectual property, issues of industrial property, copyrights, plant breeders' rights, and other systems of protection like the sui generis deal with indigenous knowledge and genetic resources. So I will not belabor on that. But I will stretch from there and try to give a picture, just paint some picture on how that will help with the recycle, the circulatory economy, sustainability economy. Intellectual property management will increasingly play a key role in sustainable resource utilization. This will be green and blue and other economies. Green, blue, and other economies. Protection of intellectual property will play a key role. How? One of the emotional human needs is this desire for motivation. Creators of means of conservation, be it technologies or services, require motivation for them to be sustained at further creative works or recruitment of their kind to continue. If they are not motivated, people will not move in the world of creativity. We will all move into consumption. That's why we don't look like Kenya is becoming a consumer society. We want to import sugar, we want to import maize, we want to import, so we become a consumer society. We are not contributing anything new that we can take on the market and say this is new, because competition on the market requires creativity. We must give something that is better than another. That's why when you go to the market, when I go to the market, I would prefer to get the mama boga that has arranged her tomatoes in a much special way than the one who has just thrown them around. The one who has designed something in a better way, you tend to go to that one than the one who has just thrown them away, around. So creativity makes you trade better. Intellectual property management is the best known tool in modern times that can sustain this. It's a means of handing over one's works of creativity to society in exchange for monopoly of trade. That way, a creator can sustain economically, because you can't create something, people enjoy it, and your pockets are empty. A researcher can't sleep in the lab, and the pockets are empty. There was this slogan in Japan one time, that why sleep in the lab when the Americans can do it? Why sleep in the lab when the Americans can do it? So they will let the Americans sleep in the lab, and they will take those innovations and develop products and be able to now do reverse engineering and be able now to produce things at a much cheaper price. And basically, the Asian tigers have copied that. And in my thinking, we need to go that route. Though they may have enjoyed, because the rules of intellectual property at that time, international rules of intellectual property, were a bit lax, but now they have been tightened. That's no big deal. That's not a big deal. For me, my observation, some activists complain that intellectual property is making medicines be expensive, things be expensive. I don't think that's the issue. The issue here is we need to develop a copy capacity. I'm sure the guys in keeping, people in keeping have told you they have a lot of documents. They have a lot of documents, a lot of technologies under them that we can go for them. And TVETs are very good, can be very good to mine those technologies, reverse engineer them, and let's produce products. That's what India has done, that's what China has done. So why should we keep crying when we can do the same? Nobody has tied our hands. After we have copied, we can go for the license. Licenses are actually very cheap. Normally it's like you negotiate 1% or 2%. Surely that's possible. And we have one advantage, cheap labor. So we leverage on a cheap labor and send in the two things bigger. So for me, the issue is not patents, the issue is not intellectual property, the issue is copying capacity. And I'm glad the government is resuscitating TVETs, because that's where the hands-on is required. Copying is not theory, it's hands-on. Now let me give also examples of innovations and intellectual property for sustainability or circular economy. Because sometimes if I just explain things, it may not come out well. But if I give an example, then you may get the idea a little bit. One of the examples, best efforts, in my opinion, of IP application in sustainability or enhancement of circular economy is green and blue economies is engravement of IP in the Nagoya Protocol. The protocol basically stipulates the modalities for access of natural resources and sharing of benefits with the owners of the natural resources, and where applicable, they accompany indigenous knowledge. A lot of bio-research many times has come out because you visited a certain community or a certain medicine man in a certain place and had the person, then you got the idea, then it's turned into a research, and then products are produced and packaged, and then the medicines come on the shelf, and we forget about that person or that knowledge from that community. They remain poor while the packages are what we call the modern technological advanced scientific packaging is what is that person now benefits. When actually the deep concepts came from those indigenous people. So the Nagoya Protocol comes in to bridge that gap. It comes in to bridge that gap. The protocol strives to formalize natural resources utilization by involving people involved in the sustainability of the natural resource being mined and consumed. In this case, and basically a technology developed from a natural bioresource that ends attracting economic gain, the monetary benefits shall not just benefit the entrepreneur who produces and supplies to the consumers and researchers who develop the technology. That's the researcher is most likely the person who will patent it. So it will not just be the entrepreneur and the patenting institution or the patenting scientist, but the community domicile where the resource was sourced. For example, if we pick a reed from here that's natural for Kisumu, and it comes out to be technologically producing a certain medicine or food stuff or something that is useful to the international community, it is a drug for COVID, then the Luo community, where that particular plant or bacteria is from, will also have to get in the chain of that benefit. It's not just theory, it's something that's happening. The assumption is that without them sustainably utilizing the resource for humanity, it will be depleted out of greed. The fact that indigenous communities can benefit from a resource is motivation enough for them to provide sustainability oversight. Because if, let's say what we call the sandalwood, what it has suffered from sandalwood, you know, it's like that's the bark is useful for cancer treatment. It is almost being depleted in Kenya. Why? Because we did not set mechanisms of the communities sustaining and protecting that naturally for themselves. At the end, the entire human race benefits and future generations are sustained when these people do oversight. To explain it vividly, the Kenyan government ratified the Nagoya Protocol in 2014 after signing it in 2012. Immediately after signing, Kenya Wildlife Society took the lead to engage the Global Environmental Fund for support for a project called Developing the Biotechnology Industry from Kenya's soda lakes in line with the Nagoya Protocol to mine useful microorganisms in the Kenyan soda lakes. This project, which includes the sea vineyard, this project has a primary purpose of domesticating the Nagoya Protocol. It involves 3 universities, a research institute, a private sector industry, and a public sector industry. Useful microlife mined and identified will be preserved in a repository. These can be accessed for culturing and mining their usefulness without having to go back to the blue economics that we may not even go back to that lake to mine the microorganisms. For example, this is being done especially in the Bogoria Lake. So once you have this microorganism stored somewhere, and that requires research, requires skills, requires technological skills to store it, you just go back, take the microorganism, capture it, and then be able to produce that product further. It goes without saying that the products are environmentally friendly and sustainability can be taken as 100%. Because when you just have the microorganism and you have kept it, you're not going back to destroy the environment. Sustainability there is almost 100%. You're enjoying the product, at the same time not destroying the environment. The products, because the enzymes that will come from that microorganism are environmentally friendly. So basically sustainability and environmental friendliness is almost 100%. The products can be applicable in health, textile, agriculture, food, industry, chemical, and so forth. You know the enzyme in our detergents now. The enzyme in our detergents has replaced the bleaching stuff, the synthetic bleaches in our detergents. That was actually mined from, that enzyme was actually mined from a microorganism in Lake Bogoria, what we call the hot springs, by a researcher in Kenyatta University. So at that time, Kenya had not ratified properly or put systems in place for the Nagoya Protocol. And of course, basically, we kind of lost the intellectual properties of that mining. Planned running on grids, but not all is lost, because so far the companies that produce it, after a bit of lobbying and fighting in courts, international courts, the Eldorado community is now benefiting from that. So they are given, I think some time ago they were given 2 million, they are able to now take their children to school, pay school fees for all their children, bursaries and all that. Last year they were even given much more, 50 million. They can be able to build schools. So a community can benefit just from protecting their natural resources, maintaining them. Advantages is majorly whereby genetic advantages of living organisms is harnessed and expounded for, increasing plant productivity and plants with enhanced nutrition value on food preservation and crop treatment. Research being pursued now is in the area of farming. Farming, not F-A-R-M-I-N-G, it's P-H-A-R-M-I-N-G. P-H-A-R-M-I-N-G. Pharmacy, farming. Research is now moving in that direction. Why? Ideally, it is to view a plant or animal cell as an immense pharmaceutical factory and take advantage of it. Cells are majorly a huge factory. New plants will breed to provide for purposes of production of certain medicines. Animals too will be bred to provide certain nutrients or body parts. For example, University of Nairobi has a way of turning fish scales into a product that can replace even destroyed bones. Research can go further to enhance scale so that the scales being used, so that you come up with fish that can produce bigger scales or much more stronger scales like that. This will replace metallic or plastic products. Research on natural fabrics are expected to replace certain metallic and plastic materials, for example, in airplanes or rocket parts. Works of technological creativity will imitate plant or animal life for alternative productivity, therefore enhancing the circular economy. Copyrights, on the other hand, will encourage generation of information for sparking, coordinating, and maintaining sustainability. Examples are printed messages on fabrics such as t-shirts. Keep Kisumu clean. Don't throw plastics all over. You know, that, such a messages, information, write-ups, presentations like this, they are works of copyright, and they are the ones which are going to help to document, to store that information, to provide references for sustainability, coordinating sustainability, informing about sustainability. There are now methodologies of harvesting and storing foodstuffs that are environmentally friendly and attractive to farmers. I will give an example, basically to boast a little bit. A researcher in Mo University came up with equipment that can dry maize. You just harvest it straight from your farm and throw it in there. In 3 days it will dry. So you don't have to wait for fear that it will rain. You don't have to fear about rain, just put it there, the maize will dry, then you remove it after 3 days, and even the shelling is very good. So you see, it takes research to be able to come up with those kind of creativity that are eco-friendly and still preserving foodstuffs for long the farmers benefit. Research in plant breeding or packaging of quick-growing plants as fuel sources will provide cheap and sustainable alternative sources of energy that minimize environmental destruction. Creativity is not a preserve of those who have achieved intellectual heights only. Anyone can invent and be protected regardless of age, gender, religion, education level, or place, race, health status, and so forth. In fact, sometimes when you are sick, actually, problems is your God-given opportunity for creativity. Problems is your God-given opportunity for creativity. And I think in Africa we have a lot of these problems. I see some people, they see the problems and they take asylum papers and go to where people are comfortable. You are missing the opportunity. For me, I would rather go to those countries, capture the skills, understand how they run their affairs, come back and get a problem and attack it. When you solve that problem, you actually go on top of the world to explain that as a unique person. That's what makes you special. That's what makes you unique on earth. But when you run away from the problem, you are missing your God-given opportunity for glorification. Some of the IP might be difficult to protect or police under the existing intellectual property regimes. Examples are applications or methods of mobilizing and motivating conservation. Somebody comes with methods of putting groups together, something like that for conservation. Health conservation run. Those are works of creativity, yes, but it's difficult to protect them. Now, it therefore calls for alternative ways of identifying and rewarding the innovations so as to encourage creativity and participation in conservation. Now, this will be the challenges we will go to our intellectual property authorities like KIPI, the KEFIS, and the Copyright Board. Just to conclude, creativity and protection of the same to grant moral and economic rights to the creators can help pivot efforts in the area of sustainability of resource utilization and circular economy. This can include an increase in creators' bias in sustainability. Laws of sustainability encompassed in IP protection acts can help promote encompassing sustainability before seeking protection of works of creativity. So that you will tend, in my opinion, see that there is, as we move towards the fourth international revolution, the works of technology or creativity, in my opinion, is even overtaking the laws that we have in the areas of protection. So it will require again creativity in the legal system so that they compete with the changes, the technological changes taking place in the world. Otherwise, people will be producing works of creativity and they are not able to benefit from that. So again, that will push a lot of people towards still the people with creative ability towards the supermarket mindset. Let me have my part quickly, YOLO, I live only once. Instead of people will sacrifice and sit in the lab and observe something for some time until they produce for us results. Ladies and gentlemen, I beg to stop there. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Tony, for that presentation. It has always been my worry on the protection of the intrinsic intellectual properties. I believe that the idea of distillation must have been harnessing of the crude mechanism of brewing chana through the entire process, and then now what somebody did was to bring in the issues of the lady condenser, the desiccator, and to have the distillation process taking place. That, I believe, must have been borrowed from here. You can protect us from that. I must appreciate also the Nagoya protocol that has been given. Then one statement that has come out sad to me is a confirmation of the prophecy of John the Baptist, who said, "For God shall destroy those who destroy the earth." That is in Revelation 11, verse 18. God shall destroy those who destroy the earth. That in the Western world, they are suffering from genetic anoxia, that precious species are disappearing. So thank you for that presentation. Can we give him another heavier applause as we welcome Kennedy Mumanyi for a presentation. Let us give him a clap. Thank you. So Ken, welcome. How I wish we had time for questions, because quite a number of issues are here at stake. Yeah, I admit what the police did, and I also appreciate your approach. That is the same thing I did. But do you know what Kenyans will do? They will scuttle every effort of yours. And the only enemy of a Kenyan is attitude. That is what I discovered 22 years ago.
Good afternoon. I want to give my presentation of groundwater. This simulation. So I'm Kennedy Mumanyi from Karapati TI. I want to give a presentation on objectives, rationale of this project or presentation, numeric solution procedure, results and discussions, conclusion and recommendations. Organic versus inorganic procedure. We know that organic produce, we have organic produce and conventional grown produce. In organic produce, we have grown with natural fertilizer, while conventional, we have grown with chemical fertilizer. Organic, we have weeds controlled naturally. In conventional growth, we have weeds also. I'm going to use what we call the simulation, the systems. That is the natural nature, the nature dynamic. Nature is dynamic, it keeps on changing. We have the stream, water, waves, lakes, and inflow. The nature of such dynamism can be predicted using appropriate mathematical formulas. So in this case, I'm going to use the partial differential equation. Examples of the mathematical formulas that we use, they are, we have example of the general wave. We have the law of heat, that is the heat of conduction. These ones are the formulas of the mathematical models that we can use in solving some dynamic systems. We have also another one which we call the groundwater flow equation. In 3 dimensions, I've given it there in number 4. That is in 3 dimensions. that is along the X and the Y and the Z axis. That equation number 5 is very important because we call it the chemical transport equation. It is the one that I'm going to use in my modeling, which has the following. It has advection, mechanical expansion, chemical division, adsorption, decay, sources and sinks. So the objective of this presentation is actually, I'm going to use this PDE, partial differential equation, in my simulation, and also a suitable numerical solution of a given PDE for a given process in a system, and a discipline implementation using a suitable computer code. In this case, because I'm going to talk about contamination, I've used an example of chemical flow equation, which is this equation number 5. Methodology is about simulation. I'm going to use the chemical in a quiver. In a quiver means that in a region, in a given region, a small region, to show the movement of fertilizers. And then with the experts in the computer, they can do some coding that will assist us in getting the level of contamination. This model will give us is for predictive purposes and for management assessment tool for chemical transportation. This is the equation I was talking about, equation 5. That is the groundwater equation. That after reducing it, we can be able to put it in a computer code by experts so that we can use it in determining the level of contamination. This is the process of making it sure that it fits the computer for simulation by reducing it to a level that can be coded. Then this level here, the last level here, it is for algorithm for the water flow equation, which is the last equation. H stands for the flow, which is the gradient of water flowing from a region of high gradient to a region of low gradient. That equation, we will use it especially for nitrate, because fertilizers usually contain the nitrates, which can flow from a region of high concentration by maybe rainwater, so that they get to the downstream, and at the end of the day, they get into the table of human beings. This is the equipment I was talking about. Which is a block, that's a block, that block, we can get the dimensions and then measure the effect. From this block here, for example, from this block, we can get the concentration to the neighboring regions. The output of this coding, we get the input, then output. Then we can get the models for solving problems, that's water equation, chemical fate, and transport equation. This is a flowchart for linkages between model parts. We have the aquifer dimension. We have the initial conditions, the boundary conditions, that is the input. And then we have the numerical coding, that's mathematical models. Then in the output, then we have the aquifer setup, air distribution, and the mass of nitrate in the groundwater. So this is our most important result that we want to get from our model, so that we can get to know the mass of nitrate in groundwater. These are the main codes that can be done by the aid of computers. These are the inputs or the outputs data files. So, and our result and discussion, once you have put the head, that is by using our equation 5, by using equation 5, that we have reduced to this level, and we have with the aid of the computer, the result is this one here. So this is the head, which is the height in this case. This height here, this height, after some time, You get, with time, you get the concentration of maybe water that contains nitrogen keeps on flowing downwards. This is for injection case, that is for natural case. But for pumping case, this is where you use some pump or some weighted machine to force water to move maybe up the gradient or against the concentration gradient. But also you can use it the natural way, which is the injection case, so that you leave water or you introduce some fertilizers and some region which is very high, so that you leave it to move downwards. Then this is again the same. That is the same graph for head variation for different values of hydraulic conductivity. This is also the same graph for head variation for different values of specific storage, that's specific storage in a given region. Now, this question here, this graph is very important for chemical concentration because we realize that at some point here, there is concentration of nitrates with time. So if we take some point or some region in our aquifer, you find that if this is the region on a mountain, and then we have the concentration of nitrates here with time, you will find that the concentration of that nitrates, it moves some distance, or with time, we find that the concentration keeps on decreasing up to maybe to the river. As much as the concentration may be low, as much as downstream the concentration may be low, but at the end of the day, that concentration or that nitrogen gets to the river. That's with time. You see, we have drawn a graph of nitrate concentration against time. That means the movement of nitrates down the stream. With time, you find the concentration is low, but at the end of it all, it get to the downstream. This is chemical concentration levels for blocks neighboring the source block. The source block is now, for example, the ground where nitrate has been introduced. So the regions or the block neighboring, they will also get affected. The closer the block to the main block, the higher the concentration of nitrate. So they will be affected. Either with time, you find still the very far away block also will get that nitrate concentration. That's the graph of nitrate concentration changes due to dispersion or transport. Also we have comparison of advection and dispersion transport processes. Then we have the graph of nitrification on the table of nitrate concentration levels. The bottom line here being that this block that had some nitrate will be able to be diffused to the neighboring blocks, and it will affect the aquatic or the behavior in that environment. This is the effect of field parameters on the concentration profiles. We have used the effect of dispersion and coefficient indicating concentration. Then we have nitrogen concentration in different porosities. Porosities in this case, we are talking about the ground. The ground may not be the same. The diffusion or movement of nitrate may not be the same depending on the ground where that nitrate has been introduced. Also, we can have a change in the block dilations past nitrate concentrations. Dilations now in this case, we made the block, our aquifer now is bigger. It's bigger. It's bigger, maybe a large farming area where we have high concentration or high use of fertilizers that contain that are concentrated in nitrate. So that's what we mean by block dynamics. They can be smaller or they can be very big at some point. Also, that one can affect the level of concentration as time moves by. For example, if the concentration is very big, that means the block is very big. That's a bigger one. The concentration is very big. The neighboring also can be affected by the amount of nitrates. But at the end of it all, still with time, they will move as much as they keep on reducing, but they will get to some point. Conclusion, this method can be used to predict chemical concentration and foretell the danger associated with it. The recommendations that we need to consider the large aquifer. In this case, we consider very small blocks, but also we can be able to consider very big blocks. Also, we need to get for underground water. This one here was for the surface. This was for the groundwater, but we need to get a call for underground water. So my presentation actually was trying to come up with a way that we can be able to predict the pollution that is caused by the introduction of fertilizers, the effect that it will have as the concentration keeps on reducing down the stream. But the bottom line is that at the end of it all, this concentration will get to the river, and then it will get to your table in the form of the water you are drinking, or in the form of the products. The products, for example, the products from the crops. The crops are taken in that nitrogen, and it will be able to affect your health. That is the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you very much, Ken, for the presentation. Yeah, when you were talking about the porosity, I was considering the contamination gradient as water received, as the contaminants received from the area of high concentration towards that of the low concentration. But you've given, however, your topic, you are aware, was on groundwater. So that is one area that requires the consideration. Let us have the last one, presented to us by the duo, Godfrey and Brian. It made me to brush off a few cobwebs from my mathematical acumen. Welcome.
Good afternoon. Okay, my name is Kemba. I'm a trainer at Ugunja TBC. My colleague here is
my name is Sumuda. I'm from Polytechnic.
Our project is called the project title is Fodder Mixer and Pelletizer Machine. Okay, this project let me just proceed. Okay, the project addresses the gap that exists in farm machine. In our project, we carried out a study of two machines. One, we looked at the fodder miller. Secondly, we looked at the chaff cutter sheller combination. Okay. We realized that fodder miller only prepares animal feed and it ends there. whereas shaft cutter, it cuts the animal feeds and then it ends there. In our design, we have gone further by improving the product that is being produced. Our machine will do two operations. One, it will mix the product. Secondly, it will compress that product into blocks. At the same time, it can compress the product into pellets and briquette. As a result of this, it will improve on production and distribution and management of animal feed. Now, this machine will use the farm product, byproduct. During rainy season, there is high yield. At the same time, byproducts are also high. As a result, most of these byproducts are normally discarded or thrown away as a result of high production. So we want to make good use of this product by compressing them and sewing them. Then they will be used during dry season. Is that true? Now, the machine is done. Go back. Now, let me just read to the slide. Now, utilization of improved technology is at the base of the poor development and natural resource integration in Kenya. Partial compilation of improved technologies does exist, but such as shaft cutter, sheller combination, fodder miller, but not exist that combines a fodder miller, fodder mixer, and compressor. Our project aims at designing, fabricating, and testing a fodder miller mixer compressor combination machine. This machine will be able to compress the product into blocks, pellets, or briquettes. The machine is running on a one single-phase 3 horsepower machine motor. The horsepower, there's a provision for it being run by solar for those who cannot get the electricity. The main beneficiary of this project will be the universities, research institutes, and our farmers. Now, the objective of the project, one, is to design, fabricate fodder mixer and pelletizer running on a single motor. Number two, we are going to test the fodder mixer and pelletizer against expected return. Other objectives that we shall achieve as a result of this project is to increase production rate of processed fodder and at the same time improve farming method and equipment. Next slide. Now, for those who have not seen shaft cutter, this is how shaft cutter looks like. What shaft cutter? Next slide. Now, this is how we are going to go about fabricating the machine.
Now, if I may pick up from where I left, when you look at the Western region, most of our farming is done seasonal. And most of the time when you harvest, for example, you harvest the maize, you find that the livestock feed that are used from the maize byproducts, there are usually so many, and the cows that are available by the farm, they cannot be used all at once. So you end up having a lot of wastage from the farm byproducts. And from our design, we designed this machine. It can be used to mix. At the beginning, from this end, it mixes with suitable mixers and binders that can be used. At the circular place, it compresses. And at the end, it gives a byproduct that can be in 3 forms. If I can open up now the design, when now you look at the blown up design, you'll find that this machine we designed it from at the stage that it is just 67 parts. And out of the 67 parts, you'll find that on the output now, once you change the plate, this plate, We are calling this the pelleting plate. If I remove that from the machine, I'll be able to make further blocks using the extrusion part, which is the gray part, this one. I'll be able to make further blocks from that. And at the same time, I can also be able to make silage, of which the farmer really struggles to make silage under the normal circumstances. At the same time, I can change that plate from a 5mm hole diameter to a 10mm hole diameter. If I do that, instead of getting pellets, I can get briquettes. Briquettes are very good with livestock like pigs and dairy animals. They have a very high feed conversion rate compared to all other feeds that are available. And the feeds that have been produced, they can be stored for a much longer period compared to any other product that is there on the market at the moment. And from the design and the simulations that we ran using the software that we're using right now, Inventor, we were able to determine that for green fodder, we can be able to produce up to 1,200 kilograms per hour. And for dry fodder, we can be able to produce up to 800 kilos per hour. And if I may be able to define green and dry fodder, green fodder is the fodder that has been freshly cut from the farm, while dry fodder is the fodder that is dry, that has already hardened and does not have any water or moisture content in it. Now, if I can assemble back the machine, now this day it's assembled, all the parts one by one can be removed. The advantage of this machine is that it can be easily fabricated because all the parts in this machine are locally available in the Western region. And from the drawings, any Juakali artisan can be able to produce it if he follows the instructions that are there. And also another advantage, we all have these farm wastes. And we are targeting the large-scale farmers. Those are farmers who have more than 10 cows and who are farming on pieces of land that are above 5 acres. This is because the waste that they're producing cannot be, all of it cannot be utilized at once. And because of that, they can be able to have a consistent production of their livestock products. E.g., the milk production will be consistent throughout the year. The meat production will be consistent throughout the year. They will not have the fluctuations that we have like right now, where we have very little milk being produced. Now, we also did some stress analysis on the bare parts. That is the shaft that is on the ends. And the stress report is a bit long. I will not go through all of it, but we did some analysis. And from the analysis that we did, from the simulations, we were able to know where we rectified and which areas will be replaced the first ones and which are the best kinds of materials. And from our recommendations, the shafts and the materials, the shaft that will be used will be mild steel and the materials will be food grade steel.
Now, having gone through analysis, we came up with a diagram, engineering diagram. This is a diagram for that project. Go to the next slide. Okay, the main component in this machine, we have screw, mixer, and conveyor. It's helicoid screw conveyor. We have a compressor. We have a 3 horsepower motor. We have wheel belt, milling, and cutting unit. Those are the main parts of that machine that we are trying to come up with. Next slide. Now, in order to fabricate this part, we did a simulation and we came up with a compression ratio. In that simulation, it gave us an actual diagram that can be done, that can be fabricated. But the compression ratio we did is 1 to 10. Now, in this diagram, it has been reduced. So we can use the model of that of the product by fabricating this. This is a reduction part of it. That is screw. Next slide. That's the pellet plate. That is the output compressor. It will compress the product into the shape that you want, in form of blocks, pellet, or briquette. The next diagram. The next slide. That the drive shaft and the housing. This block is this. One, it is easy to handle. Number two, it is easy to transport and destroy to keep a very small space. Number three, it prevents selective eating by animal. At times, during rainy season, animals select what they eat. But in this our machine, I'll mix quite a variety of byproducts. For example, we have maize stalk, we have maize cob, we have rotten maize, even maize. So we mix them, we chop them into pieces, we place them in this machine and mix and come up with them. So the animal will not select particular type of food, it will eat all of them. And the last, the other advantage, useful to induce animals to consume proper portion of roughages and concentrates for optimal performance. And lastly, consistent livestock production, that is milk production, meat and meat production. Now, in that was simulation, the result was as follows. One, the processor was able to mix green fodder from the simulation. Number two, the screw mixer ran at 68 revolutions per minute and provides efficient mixing. Lastly, the compression of the fodder is achieved through compression. Now, it's just a repetition. Compression is achieved by running a single-phase 3 horsepower motor, which is cheaper as compared to separate motors. I showed you shaft cutter and the other, call it miller. You realize that these two machines are run differently. But this machine will only use one motor. It will mix, it will compress, and the product is there. So in the long run, it will, the cost of production will be low. And that is, I think that's the end of our project.
Thank you, Godfrey and Brian, for that work. I've always had a desire of championing the need for accelerated research and innovation, such that we don't just present a paper for the sake of it. This is a pertinent issue that you've made an effort of addressing. Can we entertain a few questions before we wind up for the day? Could there be any questions raised to the two presenters? Yes, my colleague, where is Odinga? Hello, come. So that we know whether the economic input is viable.
Okay, thank you. I don't know if Geoffrey and Brian were here yesterday when the staff were talking to us about patents and utility models. They said for one to get a patent protection, just like for your project or what you have produced, it needs to have the following or criteria as follows: novelty, inventive, new worldwide, invention, and commercial value. The way I look at you as, do you think in your own opinion this meets this criteria? Then I just want to ask a gentleman from Eldoret. He has defined, he has given a definition of sustainability. He said, okay, he said he prefers to look at sustainability from ecological point of view. When you are looking at ecological, where do you place our future generation in your definition?
Are there any questions? Any more questions? I have an issue to raise to creativity and innovation. So those of us in the field of engineering and technology, we are having a problem. We are addressing those whose creativity had been destroyed much earlier. A child takes, for example, cutleries from the table, and then the mother says, "Stop it, you'll break them." That is killing creativity. So which model of approach can we adopt to encourage creativity from early periods? Because at our own level of Tibet, we are addressing some people who have even left physics in Form 1 first term. And here they've come to do electrical engineering because they're imagining there they'll only be connecting wires. Or they've come for mechanical engineering, imagining they'll be lying under a vehicle. So can you advise us on the approaches that we can do to improve our approach to creativity? Because this is one area which I've found to be lacking. And number two is for either creativity or the development of a model, we have to start from a motif. The jot of idea, not a iota of idea, that progresses to a level where it can be developed into a viable product. Then,
if I may respond to your first question about the cost and the viability. When we look at a machine, the cost is about 65,000 at the current market rates. Compared to what is available in the market, if you have to buy both machines separately, it will cost you to a tune of almost 200,000. Yes, with the same production and the same efficiency.
Then we have what we call the payback period. Yes, we have the payback period. So what is your projection about the payback period?
We are projecting if we'll be able to make about 18 machines, we can make it.
No, you didn't get me well.
Yes.
Now that I've invested 65,000,
yes.
How long will it take me to get my 65 back?
Assuming you have 10 dairy cows that give you about 20 liters in a session, which is 60 liters per day, you can be able to recoup your money within 3 months. For the machine alone, plus the working and the other things.
Yes, any other presenter who wants to?
And there's a question that the gentleman asked about novelty. Yes, there is a novelty in it. It is new. We're combining two machines. That has not been done yet. If it has been done, I'm not aware, but from the research that we've done at the time we're designing it, it has not been done. And when you look at the efficiency, it's much higher than what we're doing right now. Because for 3 horsepower motor to give you the production that we're projecting, most machines cannot do that. But with the gear system that we have developed, we can achieve that through the machines that we have. And it's also highly marketable. Because a farmer does this manually. Most farmers that I've met, they do it manually. They do the mixing manually. We don't have pelletizing machines. And the ones that are available are very expensive. And also the production rate is much, much slower than what we are projecting. So thank you.
Yeah, all in all, you are not inventing the wheel.
The wheel is already running, only that you are oiling it. Thank you. The next presenter.
Thank you, Greta. I would wish to also ask a question before I answer. The young man was in the stage. Sometimes when we are the keynote speaker, we allow them to ask questions. I found it to be an interesting presentation. This is a practical gadget. I'm just wondering whether you have tried to get to keep in seek protection. Usually sometimes, what I know about technical people, sometimes you think what you have done is ordinary. Until you get to keep it, you need the expert to tell you whether it's protectable or not. The things he was talking about, inventability, the industrial newness, industrial inventive step, and industrial applicability. You need an expert to look at that, otherwise you may assume, number one. Number two, your colleague talked about mixing different fodders so that the animal doesn't choose, and he mentioned something that you can even put there rotten maize. I just hope there's the issue of the aflatoxins and that kind of thing. It will enter into the food chain, and that a bit can cause trouble even to the human beings when it comes through the milk. So that's something we need to consider. So maybe answer that before I proceed.
If I may respond to the first part of the question, we have noted that salt legislation keeping the moment, but we're working on it as soon as possible. And on the feed mix ratios, that one is dependent on the farmer and what is available to the farmer. We can only advise about the binders that can be used. But as currently, it's not rotten maize as such. But most of the time when you're harvesting maize, there's that maize that cannot be harvested. Because most of the time you find the birds have picked on it. So you have like half a piece of maize and the rest is discarded. Instead of discarding it, it can be used as part of the mixing. It can be shredded or pulverized, and it can be used in the mixing, depending on what you want to achieve. If it's a dairy cow, there's a particular ratio that you use. If it's cows for beef, it's a particular ratio. If you want to produce for pigs or chicken, those are particular ratios that you're supposed to use. But for binders, for cows, mostly what most farmers are using is molasses. Because molasses is also an additive when you're feeding the cows, and it's also quite safe.
Thank you. I guess I'm now to proceed. Maybe I will just start by saying that is just even from his answer, you can see there's another bit of what I was saying is the innovation that you may not, works of creativity that you may not protect. The idea that you use this machine to get maize that should have been wasted, was eaten by birds or didn't grow up well, it is thrown, it is a waste, and converting it into something useful. That in itself is an idea, although protection of it is tricky. It's a gadget that will actually probably hide that into the entire protection. So I really applaud you for that. Maybe now to go to mine, the sustainability that you asked on ecological systems, where I see the future generations. If we don't do anything about sustainability at the moment, I'm seeing a situation where the future generations will suffer. Certain diseases will pop up, certain things they are supposed to be enjoying will have to disappear. So something has to be done now. And it requires a lot of creativity in governance, a lot of creativity in information, and not just talking. I know in the Millennium Development Goals, one of the things said is that it should not just be talk, it should be something that is actionable. Unfortunately, in our political systems, there is the telling, kind of telling, let you people do it, not me. But it's packaged in such a way that happens, not just in Kenya, but all over the world. You see that kind of system. You do it, not me. Especially in the area of sustainability, conservation. Because think of it. Let me take an example of Nairobi. You go to Karen, somebody has 10 acres of land. That is success. That is the epic of the peak of society. Admired. You have reached, you have achieved. then you are telling someone else not to encroach the Nairobi Park. Okay? The Nairobi Park should be intact. This person has no place, no land, no nothing. So if the persons who come and talk to us about when we need to conserve animals and do that will be from Karen, not the one from Kibera. And I find that very ironic. Why don't you see part of that 10 acres so that your brother who's in Kibera can occupy that, so that we can leave the animals where they are, and especially you who needs to see the animals when you are relaxing and you can afford it. You need to think in terms of your brother in Kibera so that it's not squeezed to the point where he pushes into the Nairobi Park. So those are some of the things that we need to come in to be able to safeguard the future generations. Else, we may have to kill all those animals, just electrocute them, we will be seeing them on museums and photographs that will be done, National Geographic. So those are some of the things. Otherwise, the other alternative we have to think of probably whatever money is paid to the national parks, in a way also is given to these people who are on the edge of that park, so that they can, because the issue is economics. My children need to go to school, my children need to eat, I need to have a warm bed. So that kind of thing, we need to think through. Sustainability is something that is multifaceted to humanity, and is something that is, requires a lot of ingenuity and even governance. So all hope is not lost, we can do it. But it requires a lot of even research on just the action part. I feel the action part is missing. For example, we've made a lot of presentations here. Who will act on them? Is it the researcher? Is it the principal of this college? The idea is no. So that link also is missing. To move that paper from the shelf and take it to the field. Those are things which require a lot of creativity so that there's action on what has been researched. Because for you to research, and like the other gentleman was talking about the groundwater, there is a lot of intellectual property that has been pumped into that research. He has moved around, and I'm sure some money was spent moving around, taking the water, taking the labs, the issues to do with the ingredients, the lab chemicals that were used to test like that. That's money. But if it does not go back to society, because it's a public institution, then it hasn't really come out of that piece of paper to help us. So I see the future generation being in danger. We kind of are cheating ourselves. That's my own general view. One time I want to say, give this example. There was, I think 2009, there was an environmental meeting in Copenhagen, and someone did an audit and said, if there were people from the green belt is Kenya, but I think let's use the word green belt. And the person said, yes, they acted to talk against the environmental degradation, especially that the US had not joined what we call is it Kyoto Protocol, something like that on the environment, or the Brazil round participating in deciding the treaties to do with environmental protection. But then someone analyzed those activities and how many had gone there, and the aeroplanes that they brought the delegates to discuss about the environment, and the environmental pollution that they had caused just to assemble them there. So you actually find, in a way, there is also counterproductive. So if we're not careful, we will be doing just the talk, but not the walking the talk. That bit requires creativity to bridge that gap. Now, the second question is on creativity and innovation. How do we develop it? I have to agree with you on the issue of a child dropping something on getting the cutlery and you're like, don't touch. And I will give an example of myself or people within my age group. I remember when I went to Form 1, we were being taken to the lab, and you are shown the lab equipment, the beakers, the test tubes. These are glassware. And the teacher said, if you break this, you will pay your portion money disappears. Now, when we look back and see the economic struggle your father is going through, and you break this and you told this guy broke, and at home, I remember we had special glassware, special utensils for visitors. They only came out during visitors' time. Now, as I grew up and reading the intellectual property world, I realized those were errors. We must allow these children to take those plates and eat with those, use those plates. There shouldn't be any special plate for visitors. The first visitor in my house is me. and my family. The second list is you. So we must start calculating that, allow them to touch that plate. Break one, but learn to hold the other. And we should not threaten these students when they come to Form 1 and we break a test. They actually develop a shield, so they avoid it. There are quite a number of our students who do very well in science now develop a dislike. I remember in my time, even one student by Form 2 had dropped issues to the scientific subject. Physics, maths, he didn't like it. Why? They were considered hard subjects. And basically I tend to think it's that tradition that is big, that these are dangerous things, these are things which if you destroy, you can burn the land, you can do that. So we must start calculating that from our homes. Touch that radio, touch that TV, touch that computer. And that's why you find some children today, to be honest, destroy your computer. It's a worldwide thing to do. Then I think the other thing we should do is inspire. We will need to have a lot of inspirational talk so that they have invented or done some inventions to talk to them, especially in the primary school. The other thing when I went to what we wanted to do is we need to come up with a system where primary schools and high schools, when they do their, like, they have the science complex in high schools, we attach them to a polytechnic, we attach them to a university, so that the students who come out and have innovated something, we bring them in, and we attach them to a professor or someone with a master's and develop this product into the market. So we take this goodness and see the ideas and develop it. That is going to inspiration will just flow. So those systems, we need them in our opinion. Then there is a iota of idea and I develop into a product. Is there support to innovation? One of the support I say is we may need to do that, what I've just said about attaching schools or innovators to universities and technical colleges. The other one is, I know the government has set up certain systems. We have the Kenya Innovation Agency. It's supporting ideas, innovative ideas, Kenya Innovation Agency. They're very vibrant, they're actually looking for ideas to support. And to me that is a very good effort the government has done. Because what I observed when I entered KIPI is that over time, that's what has been also been detrimental to us as a country and sub-Saharan society. Leaders will tend to go easily to an entertainment sport, but they are not very quick to go to a technological exhibition. For example, national drama festivals, national choir festivals, the finalists will go to State House to present. National Science Congress, if you ask for a guest of honor, the president will not come, the deputy president will not come, the PS will not come, the CS will not come. They will look for a professor in a chemistry department, hidden, not even the head of department, to come and preside over that ceremony. The fear of technology. Thank you.
Yeah, of course, as we wind up, we have to appreciate quite a number of things. My electronics professor, Professor Nene, once told me that before you know how a burnt transistor looks like, you must learn one. So even at our own level of TVET institutions, let us allow our students to fail in their projects. Let them do it. Let them do it. And let us see it failing and working up to that level. I've often told my students during research sessions that no project ever fails unless it is not given a try. Back to innovation, somebody sent me a text, and the text says that no one ever made a great mistake than one who did nothing just because he thought he could do a little. Nobody ever made a greater mistake than the one who did nothing just because he thought he could only do a little. In terms of environmental conservation and in aspects of sustainability, you will be the disaster of the world. In fact, the only mistake that nature could have created by having you do nothing. So let us try in our own and at our own level, in our own way and at our own level best to create sustainability. Thank you for listening and thank you for all those presentations. This is a good day. So let us give each other before. So thank you. Tomorrow at 8:30, let us start. We'll, of course, we are still doing the house cleaning, of course, crossing the T's and dotting the I's. So please, you'll bear with us. Tomorrow we'll start when things are right on course. So, by the mercies of God, can we rise up and have Kennedy pray with us and remember the T, which is the same place where we were.
Thank you for giving me this opportunity. I wanted to make a remark. Thank you, Professor, for being with us here. It's something I noted you commented. For example, my presentation that I did here of contamination, it needs a lot of patience, it needs a lot of lab tests. But the problem with us, I think, is that most of these things we do when we are pressed so hard, that maybe you need to come up with a thesis for an award, or maybe masters or PhD. That's when we can do a very fabulous work. But then later, we stop it there. I wish that we can continue the research, even if there is no award we anticipate, but we come up with research so that we can solve the crisis in our work. Thank you, Professor, for those remarks. Let's pray. Most precious Father in heaven, we come before you. We thank you for this opportunity. Thank you because you have been with us since we started this conference. Up to this time, we pray that may you continue being with us and even the questions and studies that are ahead of us. We pray for your inspiration and your encouragement. We pray for the many parts that we will undertake tomorrow, that may you continue being with us until we finish the meals we share this afternoon. We pray for your blessings. And as weeks pass, we pray for your mercies till we meet again. For this I pray in Jesus' name.
Amen.
Amen.
And may the grace of our Lord Jesus Christ, the love of God the Father, and the fellowship of the Holy Spirit
be with us now and forevermore. Amen.
You are welcome for tea.
Yeah, here we are in Kisumu, the Kisumu National Polytechnic, and we were doing a project here entailing what we've been doing in this institution. So, in a nutshell, this is an installation that we were instructed. We were supposed to, the L1, the first switch, it has got two guns. Thereby, from this first switch, one gun should control the second gun, L2. That is known as L2. And the remaining gun and these other ones, they were to be connected in strappers so as to connect to light the first lamp. So the connection it began from, when it comes directly from the pole, it comes with the cutout, whereby you will not connect it to the energy meter. Yeah, this is the energy meter. And from this energy meter, we have got light and neutral, whereby it comes to the consumer control unit, known as the CCU. And then here, we have got the double port that links to the MCBs, miniature circuit breakers, whereby the MCBs divides or they separate the circuits. Here we have the socket and the switches. Now for the sockets outlet, we have the 32. Since this socket is connected in drain circuit, so we used the two MCBs, whereby the first one brings the power, the other one returns because it's a ring circuit. So we also have the MCB that is 10 amperes, which controls the switches. Now the switch, whenever there is a fault, the MCB will break down. So here at the switch, we've connected them in parallel, because in series, the lamps will become dim. But if you connect it in parallel, it will have the good intensity of light that is needed.
It's called the Kisumu National Polytechnic. This layout of the diagram wiring that shows two bulbs controlled by one bulb is controlled by 3 switches. One bulb also here is controlled by 1 switch. This 2-gun two-way switches. So from the input,
mahali aliachia ndio uendelea
hapa I'll explain switch. Mark.
I'll explain. So pick it from
the socket. So from this point, we get notice that this socket, and this socket, they are in. This one, and this one are connected in ring. In that we get the current flowing inside that supplies this one, supplies this one, supplies this one, and also that flow back from this further end going back to the consumer unit. Here in the switch, get notice that here in 2-gun is 1 gun and 1 gun. This 1 gun, and 1 gun from the other side controls the bulbs. Okay? In that when you put this one off, let's say at this point, put one off, put one on, it lights this one. When you at this point, this one can also make this one off. Same way to it here, you can again open it. This point. Thank you.
Okay, in our work, we have got cutout, energy meter, then we have the CCU. From the CCU, we have got the sockets and the lighting. This one is for the charging and this one is for lighting. With the socket is connected in ring, of which the current comes, flows to the end, then goes back to the CCU. With the lighting, we have like lighting. The current comes, it's controlled in the first switch, of which it is 2 gun. We have got like this 1 gun, 2nd gun. The first gun controls this one, the second gun. Then the second gun is controlling the first lamp, while this one to this.